rubber in the model room welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, no shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning, but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track, holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and motor room, we couldn't fight. Loud cry love,
That's right, love in this crazy ride.
Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere. Heartbeats echoing the electric air. We dance on tables without to wait. Cry in the rubber and motor room, we're all high.
Mike's muted. Thank you, Cindy. I'll run over there and pin that in just a minute so they can catch us on the horizontal where we can all chat and hang out together. I'm going to give y'all a rundown. We're going to welcome y'all and we're going to jump into this. So, what is going on? Welcome back to the stream. As you see today, it's a trial day. I went out. I've reserved this shirt for first day of trial. This is my duck pond shirt. I've had this for months. Hio is the only one that has seen it. I'm so proud of my little duck pond shirt. So I knew that when I was going to start a new trial, this was going to be what I wore on my first day of trial. So I'm so glad everybody showed up. And let me tell you what we're going to cover today. Ah, okay, so it's going to be a massive day in this true crime community. Right now, we're having opening statements. They were underway earlier. They're already into testimony. This is in Plymouth Superior Court, and it is in the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. If you're not familiar with this case, need a quick refresher before we dive into any of this live stream we're going to do. Here's the basic of what you need to know. She's 35 years old. She's a former labor and delivery nurse from Duxbury, Massachusetts. She's facing 3 counts of first-degree murder in the death of her 3 young children, 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan. The tragedy happened on January 24th, 2023. Lindsay sent her husband Patrick out of the house to pick up takeout food and a prescription. In that short window of time, prosecutors say she took 3 children down the basement, strangled them with exercise bands. She then did other things and took their life. And then she slit her own neck and wrist, and she jumped out of a second-story window. You will see in court, she is in a wheelchair. The 2 older children died that night. The baby passed away a few days later. Lindsay did survive the fall, but she is permanently paralyzed from the waist down. She's pled not guilty to all charges. Now, the trial is going to be intense. Neither side is arguing over who did this. Everyone agrees that Lindsay killed the children. The entire trial is going to be a battle over her mental state, intent, and criminal responsibility. Prosecution's pushing hard for premeditated murder. They're going to show the jury that she used Apple Maps to calculate how long her husband would be gone. They're going to bring up chilling Google searches that she made 4 days before the killings, where she looked up allegedly, can you treat a sociopath? But on the flip side, the defense is going to go for full insanity plea. They're going to argue she had a total psychotic break causing severe undiagnosed postpartum psychosis. They're going to point to her medical records showing she was desperately seeking mental health treatment and was heavily overmedicated on a cocktail of prescriptions leading up to that night. The biggest moment that's going to happen today is supposedly, I haven't seen it all, but her ex, Patrick Clancy, the father of these children, is expected to testify today. So there's going to be huge trigger warnings through this. Thank you, Cindy. So I'm going to welcome y'all all in who is here so far. Southern is here already, and we have Ava, and we have Nightbot with trigger warnings. So anybody else pops in, thank you. And for all you watching in the bushes, I appreciate you. And I want you all to grab your coffee.
Get ready for the ride. Buckle up tight. Grab your snacks and enjoy the show.
So this is going to be intense. This is going to be intense because we're going to be talking a lot of mental health with this. And yes, postpartum psychosis builds over a period of time. So this is going to be an intense trial. And I want everybody to understand, if you have to step away for mental health reasons, do it. We all have to protect our mental health. That's a very important thing right now. Coffee and popcorn. Yep. Actually, I don't have popcorn today. I have my coffee, my don't give a duck cup, but we've got goldfish. We've got goldfish. So the dogs will be happy. Lola and me, any of the barking craziness. I was going to read over this. This is the grand jury indictment. We're going to read. Let me make this full screen. Put me behind it real quick. So this was the indictment. A Duxbury woman's been indicted on charges that she murdered her 3 children. Plymouth County District Attorney Timothy Cruz has announced today Plymouth County Grand Jury handed down indictments charging Lindsay Clancy, 33, with 3 counts each, murder, strangulation. Clancy is currently held without bail and being treated in a medical facility. So it's the rundown, but you know what? Let's just jump right over here. So when the trial started, let me put me back up there. Okay. When the trial started, I haven't, y'all know I do this blind. Y'all know I watch with you. I set it all up. It's here. We watch, we comment, and we talk about it. So let's go.
Everybody, we had some.
And bear with me because y'all know I'll be doing that skipping. I'll do that fast forward because we cut the breaks, we cut the crap, we cut the fluff. We don't duck around in here with all the commercial breaks and all that. We just jump right in. So I'm gonna hit play on this because this just like, okay, hang on. Okay. One more thing. For y'all that know me, I appreciate everyone y'all being here. Right now, Hector is on days, so I'm able to do this during the day. Y'all know I'm usually nighttime. So if you see me up doing things, leaving my chair, it's me. I'm here though, guys. I'm listening to every word of this, and we're going to keep talking about it.
All right. Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Remington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Cotton. I thank you.
All right, counsel, good morning. Good morning. Ms. Clancy, good morning. I apologize, everybody. We had some technological problems here, but I think we're ready to go forward. Before we continue, could I see counsel at sidebar just briefly?
Oh, damn. See this? This is why we zoom, guys. He's going to sidebar. No sooner than this shit starts, we go sidebar. Do they come back real quick? Nope. Look at that. They don't even come back. Okay, here we go. Ooh, Cindy, that sounds good. That sounds good. I'm going to try and be quiet when they're doing their statements and stuff. I'll talk in between the testimonies. I will try to pause for fair use every so often, and we can talk. Y'all know it's very hard for me to be quiet and stuff. So keep comments kind and respectful in the chat. Y'all know it's been a while since we've done a trial, so I have a bad hand. You probably can't see, but I busted this hand up and I can't type very well. So this is all swelled up. So I'm going to try to keep up with the people on the stand and witnesses and put them on the screen, put the information on the screen. We can bump this. Okay. Report. We put in new air conditioners this weekend, Cindy, and I jammed it trying to put in the damn air conditioner.
Hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw an end to your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham. Yeah.
And there is Miss Lindsay. What are we beeping for? Beep. Beep. What are we beeping for?
I'm sorry, that's the.
Okay.
All right.
Zoom, zoom.
Thank you, everyone. I'm sorry, that's the technology that we have here. I apologize. Before we get going, I want to ask you just a couple of questions to make sure that everyone was able to follow my instructions from last week. And so the first question would be, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard, or overheard anything about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror? All right. All answered no in the negative. Number three, the last question I just want to ask you, is there any other serious matter of concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? All right, very good. Thank you again for following those instructions. And Madam Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please stand and raise your right hand. Do each of you solemnly swear that you shall well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defense?
Okay. We don't have to watch them swear the jury.
Such assault and beating.
Opening statements. Let's get there.
First degree on the following theories. Wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember,
oh wait, let's back up.
In the county of Plymouth, such assault.
Let's hear what the judge has to say. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have backed. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now, members of the jury, and really, this is the first time I can technically call you members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right? And all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it. And then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right. So first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. Right? Now, you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged.
Me too,
Now,
Cindy.
in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which he's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your mind an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and/or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which he's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks the substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct, or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. So that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth. And after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all. Because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, at least to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios, and in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And the view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later, but the view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right. And then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right? And I'll explain what the law is. Believe me, much more detailed at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried in a way that's orderly, fair, and efficient. It's also my function to decide on questions of law that might come up during the trial, and as I said, to instruct you what the law is that you have to apply. And it's your duty as jurors to accept the law, as I stated to you. All right. Well, what's your function? Well, your function is to determine the facts in this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone will determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You are going to have to consider and weigh the testimony of each and all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and what extent to which you do believe that witness. It's going to be your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that might arise during the course of the trial, and it's your duty to determine where the truth lies. All right? That's your function. Now, you should, I want to comment, I'm going to sometimes be making rulings on objections and evidence issues. I'll be talking to the attorneys and talking sometimes to witnesses. Don't try to read into what I'm doing. In other words, I have no opinion as to what your verdict should be. All right. So if you think you are, you're trying to read between the lines, don't. All right. I have no opinion. Also, during the course of the trial, you may hear either the three lawyers objecting. All right. Don't hold that against the attorneys. That's their job. All right. And generally, the objections go toward the admissibility of some of the evidence or the questioning. It might be a different form that's needed. And that's what they're supposed to do. So don't hold it against either side if they're making objections. And what will happen is sometimes I'll just rule right from here where I'm sitting. There may be an objection. If I say, well, that's sustained, that means I agree with the objection. And a lot of times the question is just asked a different way. If I say overruled, just means I disagree with the objection. And the question can go forward and the answer can be given. All right. So that's just kind of the shorthand we use. There's going to be times during the course of a trial that I have to talk to counsel over at sidebar. All right, when I say sidebar at this point, that's going to be over here. All right. In this courtroom, this is the sidebar. And so a lot of times I'll have to talk to counsel over here because the law requires me sometimes to make decisions outside of your hearing. All right, so we do that over here. It can be annoying, I know that, but we do it over here because it's actually quicker than if we ask you to leave the courtroom, because you've now seen you'd have to stand up, file out one by one, all the way down to the jury room. The court officer then says they're all in the jury room. Then I talk to the lawyers. Then we resolve that. You have to then file all the way back. So we found it's quicker. And so a lot of times those things really move a case along. So I apologize if we do them, but that's the reason we do it. And that's the reason why we do it in the courtroom. If we're doing a sidebar conference, if anybody needs to stand up, kind of stretch, you have bad back, those are pretty comfortable chairs, but maybe sitting there for a while, by all means do that. But when we're over here at sidebar, don't discuss with any other jurors kind of what's going on or what you think's going on over here. All right. So you just want to stretch, you can.
Wait. Sir, they shouldn't be discussing. Okay. So that squirreled me a second. Don't be they shouldn't be discussing anything about what's going on, period. Okay. Sorry, that just jumped. Cindy, check Discord real quick. You about took me out. Thank you all for being here at the Duck Pond. I see y'all slowly rolling in. We're gonna walk this trial from start to finish. I'm determined to do this one. So thank you all for hanging out, being at the Duck Pond, getting your feet a little bit wet. Sit back, relax. We're here. I have him on 1.10 speed, so he is a little sped up, but we will get through this.
Now, if during the course of this trial, anybody needs to communicate with me about anything, just let the court officer know, and they'll let me know, and I'll talk to the attorneys who will deal with any.
And one more thing, Hannah, according to Denise, I'm better on the big TV. So thank you, Hannah.
If your concerns or any issues. Now, Until this case is submitted to you after my final instructions, you must not discuss it with anyone, even your fellow jurors or your family, friends, or employees. All right, so it's important that you keep an open mind and not decide this case in any way until the entire case has been submitted to you. All right, and that sounds easy at this point because you haven't heard anything. But as the case gets going, it gets harder and harder sometimes, even in the jury room. You can't start deliberating until you hear all the evidence. You can't start talking about it until you hear all the evidence, until you know the law that you got to apply. All right, we're going to allow you as the case goes forward to take notes. All right, and so anybody who wants to take notes, you can. You don't have to. Some people find it helpful to remember. Some people find it distracting. So that's just it's up to you. That's your option. All right, you should know that those notes are your notes. By that I mean we can't let you take them home, but at the end of each day they're collected. They're put in a secure place. Nobody reads them. I don't read them. The attorneys don't read them. Nobody reads them. At the end of the trial, they're destroyed. Okay? But just some people, if you want to do it, we'll hand those out in a couple of minutes. Now, I want to just kind of go over just some cautions as we're getting ready to start this trial. All right? First is, as I said already, please keep an open mind. Don't form any judgments or conclusions or views as to any aspect of this case. You haven't heard all the evidence, and you must keep an open mind throughout this case and until the case is given to you in your deliberations. 2, as I said, don't talk about this case, about any aspect of the case with family, friends, acquaintances, or anybody like that. 3, don't talk to any of the witnesses or parties or attorneys involved in this case. They've been instructed not to talk to you. We really want you to be comfortable. All right. And so if you do pass by one of the people involved in the case, if they go by you and don't say anything to you, don't hold it against them. Don't think they're not being respectful. They're following my instructions. We just want you to be comfortable throughout the course of this trial. Now, another caution is during the time that you serve on this jury, there may be reports about this case in newspapers or social media or on the television. You may be tempted to look or listen. Don't do it. All right. My instruction to you is do not read anything about this case. Don't listen to anything about this case. If something comes on, turn it off. Or if somebody starts talking about it, just say you can't talk about it. And you can blame me. That's my instruction. All right. Now, sometimes during the course of a trial, evidence is presented that produces an emotional reaction. And that might happen in this case. But as jurors who have taken the oath to follow the law, I'm instructing you that the law says you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. All right, I may go into that a little bit later, but I just kind of wanted to remind you of that in regards to that. Don't do any research on this case. All right. If you have any questions about things as you go forward, you're not to do any independent research. You've got, as I said before, we've got 3 very, very experienced lawyers. They'll get you the information that you're going to need to come to the right verdict. All right. You can't do any research. The other thing is don't visit the scene of any place that's described during the course of the testimony. So no field trips. All right. As I said, we very well may be taking a view or to go see some of these places later on in the trial, but that's the only time you should be there. Because at that point, you'll be under the supervision of the court officers, the court, the attorneys will be there. So that's the only time.
What are we going to view?
Allowed to do that. Now, I think the reason for all of these cautions is probably pretty clear, but it's just we need to ensure that a fair and just trial is given to all the parties in this case. So if you follow those instructions, you'll be able to do that. In regards to the schedule, as I told you, what we're generally going to do is go start at 9. We're going to go to 11. Might be off kilter a little bit today because of this part of the procedures. Go to 11, then we'll go till 1. There'll be a break from 1 to 2, and we'll generally go 2 to 3:30 or 4. All right. Now, after saying that, as I told you, I think everybody, this is a case that we may not be sitting every day. All right. And we may have to break early on certain days. So what I'm going to try and do as best I can is give you as much notice and explain to you kind of where we are as we go through the case. And then, so that being said, we're not sitting tomorrow. All right. Something's come up that has nothing to do with any of the participants, but we can't sit So the thought would be we'll hopefully go most of the day today, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. All right, as the week goes on, then I'll address you about how it looks for the next week. All right, and we'll try as best we can to keep you, up to date in regards to the schedule and also the progress that we're making on this case. All right, so that's pretty much what I wanted to address you in this pre-charge. These instructions are very preliminary. They're intended, as I said, just to acquaint you with the procedure and the framework of how this case is going to go forward. I'm going to talk to you later on in the trial in a much more detailed explanation of what the law is and what your obligations are. But I know that you're going to try this case according to the oath that we talked about that you took as jurors, where you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the defendant and the Commonwealth according to the evidence in the law. If you follow that oath and try this case without fear or prejudice or bias or sympathy, you'll arrive at a true and just verdict. I'm confident of that. And also, have confidence in yourself. All right? You can do this. The lawyers and I asked a number of questions, and we all decided and chose that you would be the people who could make this decision. So everyone has confidence in you. You should have confidence in yourself in regards to sitting on this jury and delivering the just verdict on this. So at this point, I'm going to now see if the Commonwealth is prepared to give their opening statements. Commonwealth? Ms. Buckingham? Sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, this is opening statement from the prosecution.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Cora. She had just turned 5. She was sweet, silly, smart. She loved sparkly dresses and wearing bows in her hair. She loved princesses and baby dolls. She even tried to convince her preschool teachers at the beginning that her name was Sophia because she loved the Disney character Sophia the First so very much. Dawson. He was 3, a boy's boy. He was a bit rambunctious, but funny, full of energy. He loved trucks, construction trucks, fire trucks, and he spoke with a raspy little voice. Callan. Callan was just 8 months old, always smiling with chunky cheeks, a sweet little baby. We are here, ladies and gentlemen, because they are not. They were strangled, deliberately and meticulously, killed by this defendant on January 24th of 2023. One by one, she wrapped exercise bands around each one of the kids' necks and pulled until their little bodies were limp and lifeless. First Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. Your job, ladies and gentlemen, is not easy in this case. The evidence will be difficult to see, to hear, to process. Testimony of witnesses, family, friends, teachers, people who knew the Clancy family, people who saw them regularly, people who saw them on the day in which this defendant killed them. They're all going to come before you. And it may be heartbreaking to hear what they have to say. You'll see photographs of the crime scene. You'll hear testimony from first responders. They're going to tell you about what they discovered when they came into the Clancy home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on January 24th. You'll hear evidence about the defendant during that time period, observations of her physical appearance, her demeanor. You'll hear testimony about what she was reporting to her friends and family and doctors during this time period. The list of witnesses is quite long. Law enforcement, firefighters, friends, family, teachers, crime scene investigators, forensic scientists, toxicologists, medical examiners, experts. We expect over the next few weeks that you'll be able to, or will be able to present to you a clear picture of what was occurring in the Clancy household on January 24th of 2023. We ask that you keep an open mind when you're hearing this evidence and during.
And just so y'all are aware, I will do this complete trial. So no doubt. We may start a little bit earlier in the morning than what I did today. I was not like, I knew I wanted to do this, but we will continue and we will complete this trial. So trust me.
the course of the trial, don't forget that you use your common sense and your life experience. Those are things that you bring as jurors to the courtroom every day, and it's what's going to take you into the deliberation room at the end of this trial. So what happened? On January 24th, 2023, it had recently snowed. It was in fact a Tuesday. Tuesdays were days that Cora and Dawson usually went to preschool. They attended the Learning Sprouts preschool in Duxbury, but they didn't attend on Tuesdays, so on this day, they were home. On this particular day, Cora, who had just turned 5, had an appointment at the doctor's, an annual checkup, and so the defendant brought her first thing in the morning to the doctor's. Defendant's husband, Patrick Clancy, was home and he was caring for Callan and Dawson while defendant took Cora to the doctor. Pretty normal. You'll hear and see that Patrick and the defendant exchanged text messages that morning. Patrick sends a photo of Dawson, who had just dressed himself that day and he was jumping for joy. And he sends that text to the defendant while she's at the doctor. And while at the doctor, the defendant sends a text to Cora in her little Johnny and mask to Patrick. When the defendant and Cora returned home that morning, Patrick went downstairs to his basement office to do work, same as he had normally done on any other day since returning from paternity leave. And then the defendant was charged with caring for the kids for the rest of the day. She put Callan down for a nap, bundled up Cora and Dawson, took them outside to the backyard, and played in the snow. They built a snowman. The defendant sent pictures of the snowman and the kids in the snow to Patrick when he's working in the basement, and her mom, who was living in Connecticut, who had just been there that weekend but had gone home. The day proceeds as normal. You'll hear Patrick describe it as a good day, actually. In the late afternoon, around 4 p.m., the defendant searched on her phone for kids' Miralax. She searched takeout freebie, and she opened the Apple Maps on her phone and searched the route that it would take to get from their house to the 3B restaurant in Plymouth. She searched how much time and how far it was. Now, this restaurant had been a place that the family had eaten before, but wasn't their normal takeout spot. She also called CVS and asked them about the kids' Pedialax or Miralax. And that's because at the doctor earlier that day, the doctor had recommended a laxative for Cora because she had some stomach issues. She had complained of an upset tummy at school the day before, you'll hear. She had some issues where she didn't like to go to the bathroom at school, a little bit embarrassed. So they suggested the Pedialax. So she calls CVS and she confirms that they actually have it at their local CVS in Kingston. Then she sends a text to Patrick and asks if he wants to get takeout, if 3V is okay. She didn't feel like cooking dinner, it was a long day. He says, sure. She calls in the order. When Patrick leaves the house around 5:15 that evening, everything is normal, seems normal. He sees Dawson eating chicken nuggets and green beans on the couch before he walks out the door. Patrick leaves to go to 3V, and he's going to stop at CVS on the way there. That's when the clock starts, ladies and gentlemen. The defendant knows that Patrick has to stop at CVS, go to 3V. She knows that it's about 5 miles from their house to get to the restaurant. She knows approximately how much time she has for him to go there and come back. She then takes the children down into the basement. She separates Dawson from Cora and Callan, and then she proceeds to wrap exercise bands around each child's neck and pull until they're dead. She leaves the bands wrapped around each child's neck and goes back upstairs. In the kitchen, she gets a knife, and then she proceeds to the second floor of the home. In the middle of this, she misses a call from Patrick. He's at CVS. She misses the call. She calls him right back, and they talk for 14 seconds. Nothing that she does or says in that phone call is of concern to Patrick. He proceeds on his task, and she proceeds with hers. She goes to the second floor master bedroom, locks the door, crushes up some pills, and attempts to take her own life. She uses the knife she got in the kitchen to slash her wrists and her neck. She moves the bed away from the wall, away from the window. She opens that window and goes out. She lands on the cold, hard ground. Shortly thereafter, around 6 p.m., Patrick comes home. He's got the takeout bag and the CVS bag with the medicine. He enters into the house through the mudroom door into the kitchen area, places the bags down. It's eerily quiet. He calls to the kids, no answer. He calls to the defendant, no answer. He takes out his phone and dials the number for Lindsay's phone, defendant's phone, no answer. He then goes upstairs and finds the master bedroom door locked. He opens it and enters the room, sees blood and the window open. He then goes to the backyard, and that's where he finds the defendant. She's on the ground outside that window, moaning and mumbling. At 6:11 p.m., he calls 911 for help. First responders arrive to the home almost immediately. He's still on the phone with 911 when the responders arrive, and they go right to the backyard and tend immediately to the defendant. While they're with the defendant, Patrick tells the first responders, "I need to find my kids." He had asked the defendant where the kids were, and she told them they were in the basement. So when he went in the house, that's the first place he went, down into the basement. He's still on the phone with 911 when he finds each child with an exercise band still wrapped around their neck. He screams for help, and he says, "She killed the kids." Efforts made to resuscitate Cora and Dawson were futile, but first responders from Duxbury and the surrounding communities were persistent, and they kept trying to resuscitate them all the way to the hospital. But when they arrived at the hospital, there was nothing more that medical staff could do for Cora and Dawson. The staff at Beth Israel were able to get a heartbeat on Callan, but he never started breathing on his own. He never regained consciousness. He had no brain activity. Nonetheless, he was transferred to Boston Children's Hospital, where he died 3 days later on January 27th. The defendant was taken to South Shore Hospital and then transported subsequently to Brigham and Women's in Boston. She had multiple traumas, including spinal injuries, as well as superficial injuries to both her wrists and her neck. She is paralyzed. We expect during the course of this trial that you'll hear the defendant made claims that either right after Patrick left the house or after he called her from the CVS, depending on which version of the events she's telling, she heard a voice, a male voice, a voice that she had never heard before, a voice that she never heard again. And that voice told her that it was her last chance, that she had to kill the kids so that she could kill herself. She immediately took action when she heard the voice, with no direction or details from the so-called voice, and she killed the children. Once she killed the children, the voice stopped. When you consider this information in the course of the trial, ladies and gentlemen, I ask that you consider the source, the timing, the substance of her statements about this voice. You're also going to hear from, or you may hear from, forensic psychologists and psychiatrists who talk about what's called command hallucinations and voices that people hear before they do something. And when you hear that testimony, I ask that you keep in mind the details of what she's saying the voice told her, and the details of when this voice spoke to her. Another important thing to remember throughout the course of this trial is that this is not a case about the Lindsay Clancy that sits before you today. This case is about the Lindsay Clancy on January 24th, 2023, at the time of the crimes. This was not a woman in the throes of psychosis on January 24th, 2023. This was a woman who acted intentionally, rationally, and swiftly to accomplish a very specific goal: to kill. You will see and hear evidence about all the things that she did that day, what she did in the days leading up to this incident, leading to the murders. You'll hear her spending time with her family and friends. You'll hear her appearing to be in good spirits and doing better for all intents and purposes. On that very day, you'll hear she interacted with people at the doctor's office. She came home and took care of the kids. She talked to people on the phone and via text message. The evidence will show you she was not psychotic that day. Throughout the evidence in this trial, you will learn about the defendant being the classic overachiever in school, in her personal life, in her nursing career. She was someone who liked to control every little detail of her life, of her family's life. In contrast to pictures you'll see of the doting mother, the dedicated nurse, you'll also see a side of Lindsay Clancy that's different. somebody extremely controlling, meticulous, and manipulative. The days were laid out with specificity. Strict schedules were expected to be maintained. Food was planned carefully. Sleep was scheduled to the minute. And in the time after Callan was born, her last baby, the family had to adjust. And by all sources that I expect you're going to hear at that trial, that summer was great. But after Patrick had finished his paternity leave and was back to work full time, when she no longer had a nanny to watch the baby, do laundry, tidy up the house, follow her schedule, when she was responsible for it all, it was hard. It was hard for her to maintain that control. It was hard for her to bond with her kids. And in efforts to maintain control, she withheld information from her husband, from her doctors. She reported serious symptoms that were inconsistent with her daily activities, you'll hear. And ultimately, on January 24th, 2023, the defendant made a calculated decision. This was a woman who no longer liked the life she thought she wanted. It was getting harder and harder to control. And when she saw the opportunity to escape, she made the selfish choice to take it, and to take Cora, Dawson, and Callan first before attempting to take her own life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a public debate about women's mental health and how the medical system treats women. This case is about this defendant, Lindsay Clancy. There is no dispute that she was dealing with mental health issues during this time period prior to the murders. There'll be medical records, medical doctors, mental health professionals that will talk about treatment, prescriptions, hospital visits. All that's going to be before you. The evidence will show that this defendant had a means and access to mental health that most people don't. And she chose to deal with her mental health issues in the worst way. She chose to manipulate her providers, seek out the quick and easy fix when she was feeling depressed and anxious. And when she didn't get what she expected, she chose an alternate route. She sought a different doctor. She changed medications after days. She disengaged from treatment when she didn't like the plan. After only 4 months in treatment, she made a choice, a deliberate and intentional decision that she did not want to try anymore. And because no one could take care of her kids the way she wanted them to, she had to take them with her. Despite all the precision that she exhibited that day, you'll hear, the timing of it all, the swiftness of the killings, overcoming the interruption of Patrick's phone call, what she did not anticipate was that she would not be able to complete the act by killing herself. Ladies and gentlemen, people with mental illness commit crimes every day and are responsible for them. The fact that someone may suffer or have a mental illness, a mental disease or defect is not the end of the inquiry when it comes to guilt or innocence. It is whether a person can appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of the conduct and conform their conduct to the law. Do they know what they were doing, and can they control their actions? The evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant coldly and efficiently executed first Dawson, then Cora, and finally Callan. One by one, she strangled the life out of each one of them. She did so with no hesitation, with deliberate premeditation, and extreme atrocity and cruelty. She is criminally responsible for the murders because the evidence will prove to you that she knew exactly what she was doing. She drew her husband out of the house, their father, so that she had the opportunity and the time to carry out these murders. She maintained the ability to control her conduct, conform her conduct, when she attempted to kill herself to escape the consequences. At the conclusion of this case, we're going to come back and we're going to ask that you return guilty of the murders of Cora Clancy, Dawson Clancy, and Callan Clancy, because the defendant committed those crimes.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Reddington, do you wish to give an opening?
I do.
Okay. Whew. That was a lot. I had to hold my breath through quite a bit of that. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting trial. I wear my emotions on my face. You all know that. You've been around. You've seen me. I can't hide it. So when you see me grabbing my mouth, you see me. Okay, y'all know. Okay, here we go. Defense's turn. This is going to be wild. This trial, I'm not, my mind's everywhere. And I'm like Cindy, my mind is racing 90 miles an hour with questions. But we will get answers, hopefully. It may take 4 weeks, but we're going to get answers. Damn it, Cindy. Whew. Okay, everybody. Stretch. Here we go. Fitz. Opening statement.
Your Honor, I'd like
Deep
to use
breath.
the easel, may I please
I'm fine,
turn the
Mama.
TV screen so that the jurors are able to. Thank you.
Just a quick side note. Y'all do know I have Mom here, and she'll be in and out. She's over here wanting to know what I was getting upset about. She thought I was upset. So just y'all know the drill. And thank you for understanding.
You know, normally, we thank jurors for time away from your life, your jobs, your family, coming to court, listening to a trial. Certainly is a service that's provided by you as citizens. But in this case, God bless you. You people are going to have to listen to some of the most horrific things. Look at some of the most horrific things. And jurors, it's a beautiful system. You pass between, as you heard Don Clerk say, you probably don't remember it, but it's old language, it goes back to Old England. It says that you as jurors pass between the government then. And she places herself on her country, which country you are. You owe allegiance to nothing but your oath, your consideration, and your time, your common sense. You bring your life experience to this trial. You render a verdict. And as jurors, experience is, take your job very, very, very seriously. You people will never forget this case.
What?
Thank you for that service. The government says that this is a situation, it's not a referendum on women's having babies and having postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, but it sure as hell is. Because you're going to hear, consistent with what His Honor told you in the instructions, consistent with the obligation that the government has when they brought this charge. Tim Cruz, the DA, right in the front row, brought this charge. He knew, as did his office, the facts of this case. And he knew when he brought this charge that it was going to kill the soul of this young woman. And they would bring their evidence in front of a jury that she knows that she killed these children. We'll sit here and listen to their evidence. But I suggest to you that the issue for consideration is what was going on in that woman's mind. You're going to hear evidence that, as the government said, Lindsay was a kind of a parent pleaser. She was a person that in school had a lot of friends, still has friends. You'll hear evidence to this day from the 6th grade, high school, college, nursing school. You're going to hear evidence that Lindsay, in the course of being in high school, she was a high achiever, gymnastics. Stopped doing gymnastics because she hurt herself and didn't like to do the backflips and stopped doing gymnastics, but she was very athletic. You can hear evidence that right after she had the birth, the last child, within 4 or 5 days, she ran a 5K. She was very, very, very physically fit. Her life was such that she watched what she ate. watch what she did in her life as far as activities, and was one heck of a mother. She loved her children. All the things that the DA said to you about those little kids and their life and what they like, she knows 1,000 times more than what they know. And in that capacity, as a mother, daily, you'll see evidence that she would decorate rooms, that she and Patrick did have that achievement of a wonderful life. They had it all. They met in Boston. She was a young nurse out of school. He was working in his industry. They ended up falling in love. They got married. Bought a nice house. And, you know, people will say, oh, they're living in this mansion. No, they're living in a very, very humble house in Duxbury that they had to struggle to pay for. That house, you will see, not from the view, because it's not enough that we have photographs. On top of the photographs, we have to have a video. And on top of the photographs and the video, we have to have an auto-computerized animated display. And on top of the photographs, the video, the automated animated display, we have to get on a bus and go take a ride and look at the house where some guy and his wife are now living, that it doesn't look at all like what it looked like when Lindsay and Patrick were living there with their 3 kids. But there are videos that show what that home looked like that day, prior to that. You'll see in every room, there are things hanging on the walls, alphabets, colors, numbers, pictures of different cartoon characters, and I'm too old to even remember what they are. Movies, all sorts of toys, erector sets, trucks, all over the living room. There was no dining room. It was a large thing for the baby to be in, and then surrounded by toys. Every single room had toys in it. These children were loved and nurtured and cared for by her. She didn't want to get rid of her kids because of her selfish life, as the government indicates. She loved those children right up to the time of their death. You're going to see that there's photographs in this case that you'll be able to evaluate that show that. Some of them might even be in the videos that the state police took. This case is a massive production by the district attorney's office. You have the district attorneys, the assistant district attorneys, the assistants to the assistant district attorneys. You have the state police crime laboratory. You have the detectives. You have the state police, the armed men that will go out and interview witnesses and will investigate this case. You have the victim witness advocate, very nice lady, by the way, that deals with witnesses and people in a case such as this. It's a massive operation, and that's great. We should have that. But when you're considering the evidence, you consider the fact that you have 2 young people that were living this life, who were working, and Patrick, not because of COVID, not because of he just didn't want to work in an office anymore. He worked out of his basement. He worked in an office in the basement. He was there because of what Lindsay was going through. He was there. He lived it. And he will testify to it. He doesn't have to testify, quite frankly, and identify clothing and be distraught and placed in a position of horror in this courtroom, but he will testify to what they went through as a husband and a wife, the wife being pregnant. They had 3 kids. After the second child, she had postpartum.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to hear evidence that that's one of the issues that is important because that can lead to bipolar. One of the things that you don't do, which is taboo, is if you have somebody that's bipolar, you don't put them on an antidepressant, you don't put them on Zoloft, you don't put them on what's called an SSRI, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. It messes with your brain. You don't do that, but it was done in this case. The reason that Lindsay went to the doctors was in September of 2022. July and August of 2022, they were very happy. Lovely little family. September, things went sideways. And she looked, well, and you heard the government saying, and remember what they say in the rule thing, and remember that when they prepare a case, and remember how they can point at different aspects of the case to show guilt, to show that somebody's conniving. In this case, how many times we heard she faked the suicide. Faked the suicide. Little cuts, dinky little cuts, scratches you'll hear stated in the opening statement or time of the arraignment. That she asked for a lawyer. That's rich. You're going to hear evidence that she was in her bedroom after the horrific act in the basement, and that she was up in the bedroom, that she stood in front of a full-length mirror, that she took the knife that was in the kitchen that she had taken. When she took the knife, she cut her throat in front of the mirror. This is no fake suicide. This is her when she was brought to the hospital. When she was in the hospital. That's what her appearance was at the South Shore Hospital. When she's at the South Shore Hospital, she had wonderful care and treatment that was able, against her will, to save her life. Big suicide, little scratches, dinky little scratches. This is a photograph that was taken at the South Shore Hospital of her neck. Photograph taken of her wrist, showing the split in the skin. Photograph showing you'll see evidence of this, the bedroom floor next to the bed with the blood. The knife next to the cup. Sadly, a gift saying "because kids." You see the white residue inside the cup? That's where the pills were crushed.
Yes, ma'am.
With leftover lemonade from the night before when she consumed that. That's the knife. This here you'll see is sleep aids. See this here, deep sleep pillow spray. She couldn't sleep. She couldn't sleep for months. More photographs of the injuries to her neck. And then, in the course of the fake suicide speculation by the police, you'll see the evidence that she hung on the window ledge and, like Spider-Man, I guess, slid down the wall of the house. You're going to hear evidence that she flung and threw herself out the window, striking her head on the ground, full ground, causing what's known as a Jefferson fracture of her neck. She shattered, exploded her thoracic spine, shattered her cervical spine, the first disc, broke every rib. In the Jefferson fracture, you'll hear evidence is not consistent with a fake suicide by any means. Jefferson fracture is consistent with Superman when he got thrown off the horse. It's consistent with people that have the tragedy where they dive into a swimming pool, as a result of which they get that fracture in their neck and they're paralyzed. She's paralyzed. She's not going to get up miraculously and walk out of this courtroom. She's paralyzed and will be paralyzed for the rest of her life. She's living her own hell. She knows what happened with those kids, and she wanted to die. When she was in the hospital, you're going to see evidence. The Brigham and Women's Hospital, when they transferred her from South Shore Hospital, air flight, into Brigham and Women's Hospital, and she was then given the emergency room, the emergency treatment at the Brigham and Women's Hospital. You couldn't move in that room. There was so much equipment, so many wires, so many breathing tubes, so many machines, humming, banging, clicking, and she's spread out like she's crucified on the bed while she's being treated in that room, surrounded by armed police officers. Out in the hallway, guarding the hallway against what? Anyone could guess. Guarding the hallway, guarding the room, guarding the bed. And she's handcuffed to the bed. She goes to South Shore Hospital. Government speculates that, again, you see how the government is able to create what they want for facts, that she is so cold and calculating that she said that she heard voices after I brought a psychologist, Dr. Zeisel, into that room to see her. I had to move heaven and earth. You'll hear evidence that they wouldn't even let her have visitors. She couldn't even see her family for over a week. The cops wouldn't let anybody near her. That room was an armed camp. I had to move heaven and earth and practically get a court order to be able to get in there and see her while she's laying in the bed. And they suggest, and will suggest, that she said, I heard voices, I heard command hallucinations telling me to kill the kids and then kill myself, after she talked to Paul Zeisel as if he was telling her what to say because I'm the lawyer and I brought him into that hospital? You're going to hear evidence that Paul Zeisel is one of the most respected psychologists. You're going to hear evidence that he was embedded with the military in Afghanistan for years. You're going to hear evidence that he works for the government when there's a shooting involving the FBI, CIA, or any of those alphabet soup cops. He's involved out interviewing these people for post-traumatic stress. I knew that he was the man to talk to this young woman in the hospital. When I finally was able to get into that room, into that hospital, he was with me.
Sorry, sir. Please, can he stop? No theatrics. We're not going to call them the alphabet soup of letters. Sir, no, please don't do that. This is not.
He did not tell her command voices. He, as a human being, gave her a cell phone so she could call Patrick. But you know what? You're going to hear evidence from a woman who works at Brigham and Women's Hospital. I saw Lindsay as soon as she came out of her coma. She is a woman that works with the religious services in that hospital. And the first thing that Lindsay wanted to know was, where's my family? And then she told
Me
her
too, Cindy.
about what happened and told her about the command voices.
We're only an hour in.
Well before she ever met me or Paul Zeisel. So you have to keep focused on the evidence because it's so easy to manipulate. There's no fake suicide. And there was no plan to fake her sickness. This is a young woman that, with her husband, tried very hard to get the help she needed. She went and saw a doctor by the name of, oh, by the way, remember in the opening, the government says she shopped around for doctors, I guess, that she wanted to get doctors to, I don't know, give her drugs or something. You can hear evidence that she went online and she looked for someone that was into neonatal post-baby delivery because she knew that she was in trouble. She couldn't sleep. She had insomnia. It wasn't just, you know, when you get up in the middle of the night because your phone's on. She couldn't sleep. She could only get 2 hours a night, 3 hours a night if she's lucky. As time went on. In September, she went to see Dr. Tufts. Jennifer Tufts is the name of the doctor. Jennifer Tufts then gave her a prescription for Zoloft, which is an antidepressant. It's one of those SSRIs. She didn't take the Zoloft for a couple of weeks because she was breastfeeding. She was afraid to have the baby have anything to do with drugs, but ultimately couldn't do it any longer, took the Zoloft and was spun out of control. Oh, because you can hear evidence because she was bipolar. You don't give a bipolar person Zoloft, but she got it. You're going to see what the effect was that it had on her as that week went on, as that month drove on, and she couldn't sleep, and she was unable to emote, had no emotions, had no feelings, was unable to really react to anything, but had to take care of the kids. And as the government says, well, she was able to talk to people. She was able to talk to neighbors. Sure, you're going to hear because they don't call them, we're going to call them. People that knew Lindsay as a mother, people that knew Lindsay, teachers of those kids will indicate what kind of a mother she was, as will neighbors, as will friends, as will people that saw her during that period of time. You're going to hear evidence from Patrick as to the effect that this sickness had on her. She was looking into it. You're going to see her Google searches. You're going to see her Google searches go on and on and on about how to take care of postpartum. What type of drugs? Can you become addicted to benzodiazepines? What about, is it possible to have a treatment, a ketamine treatment? What do I do as far as insomnia? What do I do about my thoughts to kill myself? Ways to kill. How do you kill? What do you do to kill? Government lashes onto that. Oh my God, she's looking up ways to kill. Let's make that a basis of our prosecution on this case. This is not a righteous prosecution. They're looking for every single piece of evidence that they can to show some ridiculous concept that she wanted to kill her beautiful kids because she didn't want to be a mother anymore. This is a woman that was a nurse. She worked for one of the best hospitals in the country. She was in a labor delivery. You're going to hear from labor and delivery nurses that will tell you how dedicated she was. Cora was named after the very, very first baby that she delivered as a nurse in the hospital. That's where the name Cora came from. Cora was named after her first delivery. This is a woman who did nothing in her life but dedicate her life to helping people and be a good person and a good nurse and a great mother. And as time went on, looking like anyone else would, please help me. That's what it's all about. Give me help. And the government will say, she was able to talk to people. She wasn't drooling. She wasn't putting tin foil inside of a hat when she was going to the schools. No, she was able to talk to people. We actually have, we meaning the government, We have video of her and Patrick and the kids at the Museum of Science, and they were actually having a good time. We also have video that shows them down at Cape Cod, down the Cape, with the kids, and they're in bathing suits. I guess she was fine. She put on a pretty good face. So what does she do? She goes to see, September 12th of 22, she looked for a psychiatrist. That's when she hooks up.
No, ma'am,
with
leave him
Dr.
alone.
Jennifer Tufts, early October of 22, initial.
Leave him alone.
October 20th of 22, reports the adverse reaction that she was having to the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor Zoloft. November 16th, she goes to the South Shore Hospital emergency room because she was so depressed and so maxed out from lack of sleep and so unable to emote. She couldn't laugh, she couldn't cry, she couldn't have any feeling. She was a robot. She went to South Shore Hospital. She was referred and engaged with South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. This was Patrick's mother. This is Patrick's mother, Mrs. Clancy, who's a nurse, well-respected nurse, wonderful woman. She works at the South Shore Hospital, labor and delivery as well. She knows Lindsay. And she told Lindsay, you gotta go to this outfit here, which was the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. She didn't look them up because she wanted to get drugs. She was referred by her mother-in-law, who's a nurse. She went to see these people, November 21st of 22. When she was engaged at the South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health, she's going on one drug to the next to the next. The drugs that she was prescribed, you see here, and you'll hear evidence that, first off, Jennifer Tufts, September 15th, 22, sertraline, that's the Zoloft. Then lorazepam, October 21st, Jennifer Tufts. Then hydroxyzine, Jennifer Tufts. Lorapazan, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, Jennifer Tufts. Lorazepam, increase, Jennifer Tufts. Buspirone, increase from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams, Jennifer Tufts. Trazodone from another individual. Fluoxetine, 10 milligrams from another person named Julie Paul. Julie Paul worked at the South Shore Hospital when she went there to go to try to get some help from South Shore Perinatal Behavioral Health. More medications, spiraling, continuing on, down. Pat lived this, and he will testify to what they went through. At this point, at the end of November, around Thanksgiving, she's reporting disassociation and confusion. They put her on Remeron. This is around Thanksgiving. Things were so bad at this point that her mother and father came up from Connecticut and lived with them to take care of the kids, to help, because she was walking around absolutely a zombie. She would rock on the sofa, crying hysterically, banging her head into the pillow of the sofa. Patrick will tell you what he observed with her. She dealt with her parents. Her parents were there to try to help. Is this someone that's faking because she doesn't want to be a mother anymore? The parents were there. Mother and father, wonderful people. Mother's retired. Dad took pictures of high school kids for yearbooks. They did what they could. Coming into December, after Thanksgiving, and they went, by the way, during the holidays, down to Connecticut at one point to visit with the family. But December 4th, she calls a suicide hotline seeking help. December 5th, she's evaluated by what's known as the Aspire Crisis Team. You'll hear evidence about that. December 6th, the next day, they have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. Now, Nurse Gelada comes into this action because, again, not looking for more doctors. Paul retired or left or went to another job. So all of a sudden, Nurse Paul, who was treating her and prescribing meds, leaves. Here's Nurse Gelada. She's now going to be your person you deal with. That's all. She wasn't looking for some other doctors to get additional medication. She now is dealing with Gelada. They have an appointment with Nurse Gelada. And Pat goes with her because he was so upset and says to Gelada, you'll hear evidence, do you think possibly that she's over-medicated? Do you think somebody screwed up? And she says, it's possible. And then she puts her on more medication. She puts her on, okay, December of 2022, you're going to see that Nurse Gelada, who is now on this chart, is in blue. Nurse Gelada puts her on quietapine, 25 milligrams, November 30th. December 6th, diazepam, 5. December 7th, diazepam. December 7th, quietapine. December 9th, diazepam, 5. December 13th, diazepam. And then she goes back to Jennifer Tufts because they just couldn't handle dealing with Rebecca Gelada because she wanted to wean off the drugs. Gelada told her to stay the course. She ends up going through the December 19th, 21st, 22nd, dealing with quietapine, 300 milligrams of quietapine. Now, what happens is, they then suggest that what she has to do is go to Mass General Hospital. She goes to Mass General Hospital. At Mass General, they say, well, you can do a day program, or you can go to this fantastic program down in Rhode Island called Women and Infants Program. So she goes to Women and Infants Program. She goes down for a day. She sits there in a group with other mothers, and they talk. And they look at her medication, and they say, you're going to see it in the medical records. We can't really help you as postpartum, and that's what they specialize in, because you've got medications that you're going to have to clear, because the medications can be affecting. She was there for a day. One day. They never said anything. You're not suffering from postpartum. Postpartum, every one of these doctors and nurses knew that she was suffering from postpartum. And now it's turning into psychosis. Now as she goes through the period of time, in January 5, Aliyah Goodhart from McLean Hospital puts on trazodone, 50 milligrams, lorazepam, 1 milligram, leaving the hospital. She goes to the hospital on New Year's Eve. She and Patrick decide this is it. The two of them get in their car. Family takes care of the kids. She goes to the hospital. Now it's locked wards. She goes into the hospital. She's there for 4 days. During that period of time that she's there, she's in group. She doesn't see a doctor but once. There's no discussion of medications till the very end. You'll see the medical records. You can look at the medical records. You'll see that her daughter's birthday was coming up and she wanted to leave rather than the 5th on the 4th. This is not a discharge against medical advice. They cleared her. They said, yeah, fine, you're okay, good. Good luck, go home. She went home and she went to the birthday party. The government will have witnesses apparently to show that she was able to socialize, like, hi, how are you, at the trampoline where they had the birthday party for Cora. She's still living her nightmare. During this period of time, January 9th, back to Jennifer Tufts, puts her on diazepam. Jennifer Tufts kicks up the trazodone to 150 milligrams. January 13th, you've got Rebecca Jawada, puts her on diazepam. And by the way, when she was down at Rhode Island in the nurse and babies hospital, not a hospital, it was like a service, the people that were treating her for that one day reached out to Jawada to find out what's up with the medication, and Jawada never called them back. You're going to hear evidence, and it's in the medical records, that when she and Patrick called Jawada to say, I got to wean off this. She didn't want more drugs. She wanted off the drugs. Jawada says, stay the course. She's going on vacation. I'll see you in a week. Comes back in a week. You're going to see that now Jennifer Tufts puts her on diazepam 2 milligrams on January 16th. Amitriptyline 10 milligrams, January 16th. Diazepam and diazepam between Tufts and Jawada. The last script is diazepam 2 milligrams, January 23rd. During that period of time, you can see that on December 20th and 22nd, she was evaluated at the Women's and Infants Partial Hospitalization Program in Rhode Island. December 30th, she returned to Mass General Hospital Emergency Room. December 31st, that's after Mass General told her to go to the hospital, you can go to McLean. New Year's Eve, December 20th of 22, they were admitted to McLean Hospital for psychiatric treatment. January 6th of 23 was post-discharge follow-up appointment with Dr. Tufts. January 10, 16, and 23, appointment of Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts, Dr. Tufts. Day before the killings, Dr. Tufts. These are the medications that she was on, that she had filled, that she took, that she didn't take, and apparently, according to the opening statement by the government, was manipulating the doctors, not telling the doctors. She told them that she was suicidal. She told them that she had suicidal ideation, and in December, to his and her ever dying regret, told Patrick in the presence of her mother that she was having psychosis thoughts of hurting the children. This is a woman that did not get the medication, did not get the medical treatment that she so deserved. This is a woman that was suffering from psychosis at the time that she went down to that basement. She had no motive. She loved her children. She intended to kill herself. She didn't fake that. Threw herself out the window. Goes to the hospital. You're going to see that when she's in the hospital, they said to her, you want to, what do you call it, a DNR? Do not resuscitate her with an absolute, did not want any DNR. Didn't want to be resuscitated, wanted to die. To this day, wants to die. That's what we're dealing with on this prosecution. So you're going to hear from witnesses. It's going to be emotional. And thank you for your service. Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, we're going to take the morning.
Okay. They're going to take a break. That was a little rough. I'm sitting here putting together a list of all those medicines. I want to talk about that for just a second. Okay. You realize they went through Zoloft, which is citrulline. It's an SSRI. It was her initial postpartum anxiety, later discontinued. Prozac, an SSRI, which was also an antidepressant. She took only for 4 days. She took Remeron. It's also an antidepressant. She took amitriptyline. It's a tricyclic antidepressant. Her dosage was increased just 1 day before the tragedy. She also had anti-anxiety benzodiazepines, which was Ativan, which it's for anxiety. It's really to help. A heavy anti-anxiety sedative introduced after the Zoloft failed. Klonopin. It's a fast-acting benzodiazepine targeting panic disorders. Valium, prescribed at the end to try to safely taper off the other benzodiazepines. And buspirone, which it was an additional daily medicine prescribed to manage generalized anxiety. The antipsychotic and mood stabilizers, Seroquel, which is a powerful antipsychotic typically used for schizophrenia or bipolar mania. Lamictal is a mood stabilizer used to manage extreme emotional shifts. She also had sleep aids and antihistamine, which is trazodone. It's an antidepressant, but with a higher dose, it's used for sleep. Ambien is also a sleep medication. It really personally, it messed with me when I took Ambien in the past. It's not didn't work well with me. I ate mayonnaise sandwiches when I took Ambien. And then also Benadryl, which is hydroxyzine. It's to help with anxiety-induced insomnia. So that was a list that man just gave us out. So I just wanted to put that out there. Now, I was concerned because they kept saying Zoloft, Zoloft, Zoloft. But personally, I know you have to have with bipolar, you have to have a mood stabilizer along with your Zoloft, like a Lamictal or something. So this trial is going to be very, I may say things, and I'm going to try not to say things that are too personal. Again, with this trial, I have also dealt with somebody in my life personally that dealt with postpartum depression so severely that I did take their infant, into my home for months in order to help get this person back on the right track. So this trial is going to hit a lot of nerves for me. It's going to hit a lot of triggers for me. So I appreciate every one of you being here and being patient with me through this. Yeah, I'm going to stop there and let's just jump right back into trial. So I have a lot of my own personal thoughts and feelings on this, and it may not be everybody's thoughts and feelings, but knowing what I personally helped somebody with, this trial is going to be interesting to me. So let's zoom. And Cindy, you got me, Cindy. Trazodone gave you nightmares. Well, Trazodone gave me nightmares too. So I dreamed wild things on Trazodone. Ambien, I'd eat in my sleep. I found myself walking in a cow pasture when I used to live out in another part of the little country town over here. I woke up in the middle of the night walking in the cow pasture, okay? Ambien and me don't mix. So with a little bit of knowledge of these medications, I can tell you almost every one of these medications I have tried going through in my previous, before I was able to get the help I needed. You go through and you have to trial and error these medications until something fits and it works for you. You can't just be put on a med and all of a sudden it works and you're perfect. It doesn't work that way. It does not work that way. There's trial and error. And I can tell you, after 30 years of trial and error, I'm kind of thinking I might be on my right med. So, we all have to do it and we all have to deal with it. And okay, I'm gonna be quiet. This first witness is the husband. Well, now ex-husband. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna hit play on this. I can hear it, and let me go help her.
Court, all rise. Observe that. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right, well, members of the jury, thank you for your patience with us. We're now going to begin the presentation of evidence. Commonwealth, can you call your first witness, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Patrick Clancy.
Good morning, sir. Can you stop right here? Raise your right hand to the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give before and in the jury, the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant's class shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right, good morning, sir. I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone. You can be seated if you'd like, if you're more comfortable. Okay. All right, Commonwealth, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Patrick Clancy. It's PATRICKCLANCY.
And what is your date of birth?
June 15th, 1988.
What city do you live in now?
New York.
And what do you do for a living?
I work in tech.
How long have you worked in tech?
14 years.
And were you previously married to a person named Lindsay Clancy?
Yes,
And you're divorced now, is that correct?
correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to them and describe something they're wearing?
It's not necessary.
She's wearing a pink shirt.
Record will reflect the identification of the defendant.
Thank you. Where did you meet the defendant?
In South Boston.
And when was that?
I think it was May 2013.
And how did you meet her?
Through my cousin.
And would it be accurate to state that your cousin had been college roommates of the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, did you start dating?
Yes.
And around what time was that?
July 2013.
Did you eventually move in together?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
September 2015.
And where did you live?
In Quincy.
How long did you live in Quincy?
1 year.
And where did you go after that?
We bought a house in Weymouth.
And how long did you live in Weymouth?
2 years.
Did you eventually get married?
Yes.
And when was that?
December 2016.
And was that while you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
Did you have your first child when you were living in Weymouth?
Yes.
And what was her name?
Cora.
And what was her date of birth?
December 24th, 2017.
Prior to getting married, did the defendant ever tell you she had taken psychiatric medication while in nursing school?
Not that I recall.
After having Cora, did the three of you moved somewhere else.
Yeah, we moved to Duxbury,
And what was your address in Duxbury?
47 Summer Street.
And do you recall when you moved there?
I believe it was July 2018.
And where were you working at that time?
I was working for a startup called Automation Anywhere.
At some point in time, did you start working for Microsoft?
Yes,
And when was that?
May 2020.
And when you worked for Microsoft, did you go to an office or did you work from home?
I worked from home.
And was that from 2020 onward that you worked from home?
No, I started working from home in 2018.
2018, okay. So from 2018 up until, let's say, 2023, you were working from home, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have an office in your home which you worked out of?
Eventually, yeah.
And where was that located?
In the basement.
And was that a finished basement?
Yes.
Going back to after Cora was born, do you recall the defendant having any physical issues after the birth?
Yeah.
And what were those?
I think there was a lot of tearing, and she bled a lot.
Did it take her a while to recover physically?
I would say so, yeah.
Did she have maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
Where was she working?
Mass General Hospital.
And what was she doing there?
She's a labor and delivery nurse.
At that point in time, when she had Cora in 2017, how long had she been a nurse?
3 years, maybe.
And do you recall how long her maternity leave was with Cora?
That was the shortest of the three. I want to say it was 10 or 11 weeks.
And did you have paternity leave at that time?
Yeah, I had 2 weeks.
2 weeks, okay. When you went back after the 2 weeks back to work in the home, were there any issues that you noticed the defendant having?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to correct an earlier statement. I was working for Pegasystems when Cora was born.
Okay. And then eventually you worked for Microsoft?
Yeah.
Okay. And so after the 2 weeks of your paternity leave, the defendant was still on maternity leave, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did she have to take any psychiatric medications at that time?
Not that I know of. She had a lot of anxiety, but
Okay. So you're saying that she had some anxiety at that time. Is that correct?
yeah.
How did that manifest, or how did you know that?
She just really struggled with the date of going back to work. So
Immediately after having Cora, as she healed physically, what was her mood like when you're both on leave?
it was great. It was good.
Good. Okay.
I mean, relatively, yeah.
And so did the anxiety start as it became closer in time to when she had to go back to work?
Yes.
How many shifts was she working at that time?
Before Cora was born, she was working at least 40 hours, maybe more. After she went back to work, it was, I think, initially just one.
One shift?
Yeah.
And was that a 12-hour shift?
It was per diem.
Per diem.
And then she eventually did 2 shifts.
Okay.
I think it was 20 weeks.
After 20 weeks, she moved to 2 shifts?
I'm sorry, it was 20 hours a week.
20 hours a week, okay. And so from the time she worked her way back up to 20 hours a week at work until she had your next child, did it remain that 20 hours per week that she worked?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. And did you have any assistance in the home during that time after she went back to work? A nanny or a babysitter?
Yeah, we had babysitters. We had a babysitter who came probably 12 hours a week.
And did that typically happen after your wife had a shift that the nanny or the babysitter would be there?
Yeah, so she could sleep.
Did the defendant work overnights?
Yeah.
And how long did you have that nanny or babysitter for?
Several years.
Do you remember her name?
We called her Miss Jen.
Miss Jen? Do you remember her last name?
Shanahan.
And then you had a second child, is that correct?
Yes,
And what was their name?
Dawson.
And what was Dawson's date of birth?
September 30th, 2019.
And was Miss Jen still helping out in the home at that time?
Yeah,
And what was Dawson's delivery like?
pretty traumatic.
How so?
He was in I think a breech position. So he came out in I guess I don't know much about it, but not in an ideal way. And it caused just significant bruising and tearing.
So again, did the defendant with this second pregnancy have some pain and difficulty physically healing from the birth?
Yeah, much more so than Cora.
Okay. And was she on maternity leave at that time?
Yes.
How many weeks leave did she have at that time?
I don't recall, but I think it was more than the, traditional 12. I want to say it was 13 or 14, maybe more.
Emotions
Page
must,
13?
just to say, emotions must be stressful and high with these two sitting in the same courtroom looking at each other. I can't imagine or even begin to imagine what either one of these people are feeling right now. Looking at her face right here, all my horrid paws that I did on her. Yeah. What are they thinking?
If I may approach.
You don't have to keep telling me the pages, that's okay.
I could have you look at page 13 and just read to yourselves lines 6 through 10, and then just look up when you're finished. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory as to how much maternity leave the defendant had after Dawson's birth?
Yeah.
And what was it?
18.
18 weeks?
Mhm.
Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And, after dealing with the physical pain of birth and starting to heal, how was her demeanor and experience during that maternity leave?
I think it was fine at first. It was always when she had to go back to work. That's when she struggled. So.
Okay. So that was a pattern that you saw after
Yeah.
the baby. Maternity leave was good, and then she'd struggle going back to work?
She just had a really hard time being separated from them.
What was the plan for how many shifts she would work or how many hours she would work after Dawson was born?
I believe it was the same thing.
And in terms of Ms. Shanahan, the babysitter, you had mentioned before that she was there about 12 hours a week. Did that stay consistent after Dawson's birth, or was it more or less?
Probably consistent.
After Dawson's birth, did the defendant ever tell you whether she was on any psychiatric medication after Dawson's birth?
No.
Did she seek treatment or tell you she sought treatment after Dawson's birth?
Yeah, she got a therapist for a short period of time, but it didn't last very long.
Did she tell you that at the time or later?
At the time.
Okay. And did she have any psychiatric hospitalizations or commitments at that time?
No.
What about after Cora's birth? Any psychiatric hospitalizations or treatments?
No.
Was there a time after Dawson's birth where she wanted to declutter your garage?
Maybe at some point.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you assist her with that?
Yeah.
Okay. And how was that done?
We had a lot of stuff to throw away, and I think we sold some stuff on Facebook Marketplace. We just had a lot of stuff.
So did the two of you go through the items in the garage and organize it into what you would keep, what you would throw away, and what you would sell?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was very organized?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. And you finished the project, is that correct?
It was always ongoing.
Now, eventually you had your third child, correct?
Yeah.
And what was their name?
Callan.
And what was his date of birth?
May 26th, 2022.
Can you describe that delivery for us?
It was great. From what I could tell, it was relatively quick. It was during the day. We were both smiling after, and I don't think there was as much physical trauma.
Nothing compared to what happened with Cora or Dawson, is that correct?
Correct.
Did the defendant have maternity leave after Callan's birth?
Yeah.
And how long was that leave?
She never went back.
How long was it planned for initially?
I want to say 18 weeks.
And were you on paternity leave as well?
Yes,
And how long was your paternity leave?
12 weeks.
So with Callan being born on May 26, 2022, the two of you were home with the children that summer on leave. Is that correct?
Yeah.
What was family life like during that time period, those summer months?
It was great. We had a lot of time off. I was able to spend a lot of time with, I spent a lot of time with Cora and Dawson. So I would take them around, the playgrounds and birthday parties and stuff like that.
And what would Lindsay be doing while you were with Cora and Dawson?
Sometimes she'd come with us with Callan, but oftentimes we did kind of like a divide and conquer. So she'd be home with Callan and I'd be out with the older kids.
And what types of family activities did you all do during those summer months?
We went on a couple vacations. We went to the beach. We went out on our boat and went to friends' houses.
During those months, when you're going to the beach and out on the boat and visiting with friends, were there any signs of anxiety in the defendant during those months?
I would say starting in September, yes, but in the previous months, not so much.
When had she been scheduled to go back to work?
I don't remember the exact date, but I think it was October.
So again, it was that pattern of as it became closer in time to go back to work,
Yeah.
she started to struggle?
Yeah.
During the times when she would get anxious, when it was time to go back to work and she would start being anxious, did you ever have any difficulty understanding her when she spoke?
No.
And did she ever exhibit any behavior that made you concerned enough to call a doctor or want to commit her?
No.
When she was showing this anxiety, what were you seeing in her behavior?
Just a lot of stress. There were days where she had all three kids and, there's different nap schedules and different needs. So it was just really stressful.
Okay. And you're still working in the basement office at this point after Callan's born, correct?
I went back to work late August.
Okay. And when you work downstairs, how often would you come upstairs during the day?
All the time for lunch or just to say hi.
Were there times when Lindsay would ask you to hold the baby in the office while she was doing something?
So, yeah.
Okay. And were there times when you would watch one or more of the children while she took another to a doctor's appointment or to an errand or something like that?
Yeah, if it works out with the schedule, yeah.
Okay. What was the plan in terms of how many shifts or hours she was going to work after Callan?
I believe the plan was 2 shifts per week, but there was a lot of flexibility. She could have done really anything.
Do you recall saying previously that you were going to start off with 1 shift and hopefully move to 2?
I could imagine, yeah.
Okay. And you said there were some options, correct? What were those options if that didn't work out?
Well, I always put money aside in basically our own maternity account, just so that if she needed more flexibility, we planned for that. So
if she needed more time off, more than what her work would provide for her, you were financially secure enough to afford that at this time?
Bless you.
During this
License.
time, in the fall of 2022, were Cora and Dawson attending preschool?
yes,
And where was that?
Learning Sprouts,
And where is Learning Sprouts located?
Duxbury.
How often were they attending Learning Sprouts?
Full days, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and a half day on Thursday.
And what was a full day? What hours?
I think it was 9 to 4.
9 a.m. to 4 p.m.?
I think so, yeah.
And what was a half day?
Like 9 to 12:30. I think they might have had some days where they started early. I can't remember.
But basically all day, working hours all day, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then the mornings on Thursday. Is that right?
Right.
And who would do drop-offs for school?
We both would.
And what about pickups?
Both of us.
together or take turns?
Usually we'd take turns.
Now, at some point in time after Callan was born, did you hire a nanny?
Damn you, Cindy. Cindy, I'm going to put you in timeout for 5 fucking seconds. Damn you, Cindy. Oh my God. Oh, you took me out. I almost fell out of my chair. Okay.
Yes.
And when was that?
I think it was in August or September.
Of 2022?
Yeah.
And who was that nanny?
Lainey. I don't remember her last name.
Does Elaine Rossi sound familiar?
Yeah.
And do you recall how many days per week Elaine was going to work when you hired her?
I think it was 12 hours.
But it wouldn't be 12 hours altogether. It would be spread out over the week. Is that right?
Correct.
And who was she hired to take care of?
Everyone. But mainly it was going to be Callan.
Because
Thank you. That was my word. I was just fixing to say that. Comedy in the chaos. We are in the duck pond. We are, our toes are soaking in the water. We're relaxing. There's a nice breeze. And if we can't laugh at some of this insanity stuff that happens around us, you're just going to be depressed. And you're going to need Zoloft and Lamictal and amitriptyline and everything else. We're not going to do that today. We're going to listen. We're going to try to be kind. And damn it, if he didn't look like Brian Koberger. You took me out with that one, Cindy. I'm sorry.
Cora and Dawson would be at school?
For the most part, yeah.
And what was the plan for when Elaine would work? Was it that same type of after Lindsay worked shifts or something different?
Yeah, the goal was after Lindsay would work. I mean, she never went back to work, but I think we wanted to get her just like oriented with our house and the kids. So we had her start before, and then she was amazing. She was an amazing caregiver, but eventually we decided to let her go because Lindsay was home anyways.
So when you initially hired her in August or September, you said Lindsay was going back to work in October. So is that what you're talking about, that give her that month or so, give Elaine that month or so to get situated and acclimated to the house?
Yeah.
Okay. Have the kids get used to her. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. Did she also do some cleaning, laundry, and food prep?
Yeah. Yeah, she's amazing.
Now, during this time frame, and again in the end of summer, fall period of 2022, what types of activities were Cora and Dawson doing?
Gymnastics. All right. Are you talking about organized activities or just in general?
Organized.
I only remember gymnastics.
Did they both do the gymnastics?
Yeah.
And then were they also participating, maybe not in organized situations, but in swimming, soccer, skiing, things like that?
Yeah, they were doing swimming. And yeah, Cora and Dawson did skiing. Yeah, Cora started doing soccer. She didn't really like it, but did a little bit.
And who took them skiing?
I did.
And in terms of the swimming, where would you do that?
We did it at Goldfish in Rockland, I think. And then Lindsay took them somewhere in, I think, Plymouth. I don't remember where it was.
So you would each take them swimming at various times?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you also do some swimming at the Kingsbury Club?
Yes.
And what is the Kingsbury Club?
It's like a gym with a pool, and they had childcare, so sometimes they would hang out in the kids' room and we would go work out.
And is that in Duxbury?
It's on the Kingston Duxbury line. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah.
Okay. And so you could drop the kids off at the daycare portion and go work out or swim or something like that?
Yeah, or we could go with them and go swimming.
Okay. Did Lindsay work out?
Yes.
She was very health conscious?
I think so.
And were you aware that she had been an athlete in both high school and college?
Yes.
Do you recall what she did?
Competitive cheerleading.
Now, when you were together, what type of exercise would she do, or did she prefer?
She did a lot of running. She did the Peloton, and she did There's like some program called Beachbody, I think.
Do you recall when she started Beachbody?
Maybe in the spring of 2022. I'm not sure.
So right before having Callan, would that be accurate?
Probably, yeah.
When you returned to work, and you said that was in August, correct?
Yes.
What was the defendant's demeanor when you returned to work?
Increased anxiety and definitely, stressed out.
That's not too
Do you
soon to
recall
ask that.
describing her as slightly stressed but in good spirits?
Yeah.
And when she was stressed out, when she was showing some anxiety, how did that manifest?
I don't really know how to describe it. I guess it's just any way you can tell that somebody's stressed out. And I don't know, she would say, I'm not looking forward to going back to work. I remember once she said it's just so unnatural to be separated from your newborn, stuff like that.
So she didn't want to go back to work? Is that what you're saying?
I think she did. It was just a really difficult transition for her.
And do you recall attending a wedding on September 17th, 2022?
Yeah.
And where was that wedding?
New Hampshire.
Was it just you and Lindsay that went, or did the whole family go?
We brought Callan.
And when you were at that wedding, do you recall having a conversation with Lindsay about medication?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
We were walking downtown and she said, I think I'm going to start taking Zoloft.
And did she tell you why she wanted to start taking Zoloft?
She said, I think it's really going to help with my anxiety and with going back to work.
And did she tell you how she was going to go about getting Zoloft?
Yeah, I asked her, how are you going to get Zoloft? It's a prescription. And she said, usually just ask the doctor and they'll give it to you.
And did she tell you that she was going to see a psychiatrist?
Yeah, I believe so.
And when she did that, did she tell you who she was going to see?
No.
Okay. Did you eventually learn the name of the person who she went to see?
Months later, yeah.
Okay. And who was that?
Jennifer Tufts.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you when she started seeing Dr. Jennifer Tufts?
No.
Did you learn, or strike that, did Lindsay tell you when she received the medication and when she started it?
No. I should correct that. It's not exactly.
Well, let me just ask a question first.
Sure.
Did you have a conversation with Lindsay about the medication she was on?
Eventually, yeah, but I didn't know the start date.
Okay. And so when did this conversation take place, this eventual conversation?
Probably the end of October.
Okay. And at that point, what did Lindsay tell you about the medication and how she was taking it?
I don't remember exactly, but I learned that she was taking the Zoloft, and I don't remember really too much about it after that. She was just taking it, and we were seeing how it went.
And did you notice any changes in her physically during that time frame that she was on it and you weren't aware she was on it?
At the time, no, I don't think I did.
And did you notice any changes in her emotionally during that time when she was on it, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Yeah, she wasn't really improving. She just kind of seems to be gradually becoming more in like a depressed state.
And how was that?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. And I'm sorry, and this is my opinion only. If your partner doesn't understand your mental health and how to help you and know the signs and know how to help, I'm going to stop there.
Manifesting, what were you noticing?
It was just small things. I was planning a trip with Cora to San Francisco, and she was nervous about us going. And I remember we went to a Halloween event, and just leading up to it, I remember it just kind of seemed like she didn't want to go for some reason.
Okay. Now, do you recall learning that she had actually obtained the prescription the day before she told you she was going to ask for the prescription?
I did later learn that, yeah.
So she's telling you at the wedding that she is going to ask to take this medication and going to see a psychiatrist to get on that medication, but she actually already had the prescription. Is that correct?
Correct. I don't think she started taking it yet, but she already had it.
Okay. And did Lindsay tell you how long she took the medication for?
She may have. I don't remember the exact time frame. I just remember she took it for a period of time, and then her sleep started to suffer, so she stopped taking it.
And did she tell you whether or not she spoke to her provider, her doctor, about the troubles she was having?
I believe so, yeah.
And did Lindsay tell you that she was advised to double the dose of the Zoloft?
She may have. I don't remember.
Page 31. You could look at lines 20 to 22 and then just look up when you're
Sure.
finished.
Okay, yeah, apparently she did.
Did that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And so did Lindsay tell you that she was supposed to double the dose?
I guess she did, yeah.
Back,
Did you
Cindy.
notice any changes in her sleep during that time when she was on the medication, but you weren't aware she was on it?
Eventually, yeah.
When was that?
I don't remember the exact dates. But she just, one night she said, do you mind? She started by saying, I'm not mad or anything, but do you mind sleeping in the basement? And letting me just sleep in our room with Callan. And then you can take the monitors down in the basement. And if Cora and Dawson get up, you can get up with them. She said, I've just been having a lot of trouble sleeping. And I'm hoping that if there's less in and out, then there'll be less disruption.
Okay. Had you noticed prior to her telling you this that she was up a lot or having trouble sleeping, like physically seeing her awake?
No, not that I recall.
And did you in fact start sleeping in the basement for a period of time?
I think I did it for 2 nights, and then she actually went down in the basement.
Okay, so then you went back up to your bedroom to sleep, is that correct?
Yeah.
And how long did Lindsay sleep in the basement for after that?
Maybe a couple of weeks.
And so during that time frame, was she telling you that she was still having trouble sleeping?
Yes,
But you weren't actually down there watching her sleep. You're getting this information from her, correct?
correct.
Were you aware that out of the Zoloft prescription she was given, she only took 7 pills?
No.
After you had the conversation with Lindsay where she said she was going to double the dose of Zoloft, did you notice any difference in her demeanor or behavior?
I would say yes. I don't know if I connected it with the doubling of her Zoloft, but over that period.
Okay. I have so many questions. My mind is. So she took the Zoloft for 7 days. There was 7 pills missing. She took 7 days worth. Were they in the straight 7 days? She seen it wasn't working and then decided no. The doctor said no, go ahead and double up because that dosage isn't the right dosage. This is going to be a lot, guys. This is going to be a lot. We're going to just have to work through it because now something. No,
Time she just kept getting worse and worse.
And what period of time was that? What month are we in?
Mid-October to the end of December.
Okay, so she got the prescription in September, started taking it in October, took 7 pills, but was having difficulty in December. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
From this medication?
Yep. Well, I don't know which medication it was from, but yeah.
Okay. At some point in time, did Lindsay switch providers?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Because whatever she was doing with Jennifer Tufts, it wasn't working. She was only getting worse. And
Okay.
she
Mhm.
thought that it would be better if she worked with, I guess, more like a perinatal psychiatrist.
And did you get a referral or a recommendation of where to go?
I think so, yeah.
Do you know who gave her that recommendation?
It might have been my mother.
And your mother's a nurse at South Shore Hospital, correct?
Yeah,
Does she also do labor and delivery work?
yes.
And so do you know which provider or which office she recommended?
Yeah, her name is Julie Paul,
And was she at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
something like that, yeah.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't know the dates on that.
Do you recall saying previously that it was towards the end of November?
Yeah, that sounds accurate, yeah.
Okay. And you said she initially saw someone named Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know how long she saw Julie Paul at that facility?
I think it was only 4 or 5 days.
And were you aware that Julie Paul left that office?
Yes.
And do you know who Lindsay saw after Julie Paul?
Rebecca Gelata.
And was Rebecca Gelata a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
Were you aware that she also saw a licensed social worker therapist named Letitia Dukes while she was at the South Shore Perinatal Clinic?
I don't recall Letitia Dukes, but it's possible.
So Lindsay never told you that she had therapy sessions with a person named Letitia Dukes during that time frame?
I don't remember any therapy sessions now.
Okay. After switching to Julie Paul and then Rebecca Gelata, did Lindsay start coming home with different prescription bottles?
Yes.
Okay. And were some of these medications that she came home with, were some of them during the time she was with Dr. Tufts?
I think some of them were, yeah.
And some of them were while she was with Julie Paul, is that correct?
Correct.
And then some while she was with nurse practitioner Gelata, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And would it be accurate to state that you provided the district attorney's office with a printout from CVS Pharmacy of all the prescriptions that were filled for Lindsay from September through January, September 2022 through January of 2023?
Yes.
Any objection?
No, of course not.
I'd ask her to be a bit of a
Sure,
one.
yeah. In members of the jury, one of the things I forgot to tell you is anything that's entered as an exhibit, you'll have with you in the deliberating room when you're deliberating. So you'll have a chance to go over that as well. So you'll have anything that's marked as an exhibit. Okay? Thank you.
Now, while she was taking these medications, the various pills, were you always with her, watching and monitoring exactly what she took?
Not always, no.
Sometimes you'd see it, sometimes you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Directing your attention to February 6th, 2023, did you go to the district attorney's office and or have your attorney go there and provide a bag of prescription medication that had belonged to Lindsay?
Yeah. I think the police took a bag of prescription medications that night, the night my kids passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a bag that I had in my truck that I was supposed to, nurse practitioner Gelata said you can bring them to like a police station. They get rid of them for you. But I never got around to it.
And where had you stored those in your truck?
In the center console. It's like underneath the center console that opens.
You have one of those center consoles that open up, but then there's another larger
Correct.
compartment below it?
Yeah.
So was it your plan to bring these to a location where they could be properly disposed?
Yeah, I didn't want to just throw them in the trash, so.
And these were all medications that had been prescribed in the past to Lindsay, but she was no longer taking, correct?
Right.
I don't think I have any objection to any of their exhibits.
Holy
So she doesn't have to keep showing it to me. That's
All
fine.
right.
She just picked, I'm not sure. My glasses might be a little dirty, but I think she just picked up a bag of medicines. Which is nothing unusual to me. Nothing. I have a whole makeup case. Oh, shut up, Sheila.
So I'll assume if you do have an objection, just rise, let me know. Okay, thank you.
So for the record, a bag here with 9 pill bottles as exhibit 2, please.
Thank you.
And so looking in exhibit 2, we have the Zoloft that was prescribed by Dr. Tufts and filled on September 15th, 2022. And I think.
Look. God damn it, my hand hurts. When you trial and error medicine, mental health medicine, trial and error, you try it, it doesn't work out, you have partial bottles left over. I have partial bottles from fucking 10 years ago. Why haven't I thrown them away? I don't fucking know, but it's still there. Before I got off opiates, I have one bottle that I have left for an abso-fucking-lutely emergency situation of some hard narcotic pain medication that I was on. I have one bottle and I know how many's in there, and by God, I will not touch it, but I know it's there. Okay, okay, I'm gonna stop because I'm really gonna get.
I asked you earlier, you weren't aware that only 7 pills were taken out of this, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, right. I thought he was
And then there's
supposed of it.
another
What?
prescription in here for Ativan that was filled on October 26, 2022. Were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of that bottle?
Can you say the
Okay.
date again?
October 26, 2022.
Out of the Ativan, and only 6 pills were taken out of that. Okay, that's good. That means she didn't fucking just dip because.
And how many did it start with?
Let's see.
Right, Cindy? I
30 pills.
Okay. I mean, I don't have those exact numbers on how many she took, but there were adjustments made on the dosage of the Ativan.
Mhm.
So
Oh!
that aligns with
But
what
the question was, were you aware that only 6 pills were taken out of this prescription?
happened. No, but I think the context is important.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a prescription for buspirone or Buspar filled on October 26, 2022, in which only 2 pills were taken out of the 30 that were prescribed?
I found out about the Buspar later, and I didn't know about the number of pills taken.
And then were you aware that there was a prescription for hydroxyzine, prescription filled on October 26, 2022, for 30 pills, and that only 3 pills were taken out of this bottle?
Which
Hydroxyzine?
Yeah, what is that?
I believe it's in some type of, similar to an antihistamine, like Benadryl or something like that.
Oh, okay. I don't really recall much about that drug.
And if there was only a few pills taken out of it, because at the time she probably didn't feel like she needed it. As someone who takes medication, you don't always just, oh, it's here, let me take it. No, a lot of these are as needed. So this is really, really troublesome and bothersome to me because I need to know which ones are listed as needed. I want to know which ones are listed as every morning you take this pill, you take this pill every night before you go to bed.
And were you aware in this bag there was another prescription for Buspar that was filled on November 9th, 2022?
As
30
needed.
pills prescribed, and no pills were taken out of this bottle. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't keeping track of the number of pills taken out of each bottle.
I'm glad y'all understand me. I see what y'all are typing. I do. And I'm glad y'all understand me. I know I may be getting a little off the rails. I didn't know that I was going to get this emotional with this, but we're going to see this shit through because now I intended on seeing it through, definitely. But this has really got me a little uproarish.
So,
And then just ask you about one more. The trazodone prescribed on November 16th, 2022 by a doctor from South Shore Hospital, 30 pills. Were you aware that only 7.5 pills were taken out of this prescription?
no.
So there were a lot of pills prescribed, but not a lot of pills taken, correct?
Is that comprehensive of all the pills that were prescribed?
These are the pills that you brought into the police station. So out of these,
Out of those, yeah, it's possible that not a lot were taken.
Okay. But if you don't feel like it's working, you're not going to keep on taking them from experience. If you don't feel like it's working, you're going to go, find me something else. And yes,
Do
we
you
switched to
recall-
vape.
what was the most amount of pills prescribed? I guess I could ask this better. What was the maximum number of medication she was on at any one time?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that she, at any given time, the most she was prescribed was 3, but most of the time it was 2 medications that she was prescribed at any given time?
It wouldn't be terribly surprising, no.
Now, on November 16th, 2022, did Lindsay visit South Shore Hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And why did she go to the South Shore Hospital that day?
I believe that day it was because she basically went 48 hours without sleeping.
And was she having heart palpitations?
I think so, yeah.
Were you aware that she had taken a weed gummy that day?
I don't recall.
And are you aware that she didn't tell medical staff at the hospital when describing her symptoms and her medication that she left out that she had used marijuana?
I wasn't with her, so I don't know what she talked about at the hospital.
So she drove herself to the hospital?
She did.
And she drove herself home from the hospital then? Is that
Yeah.
correct? Now, during this time frame between September and November of 2022, are you still participating in activities as a family?
Between November and December?
Between September and November?
Yeah.
Okay. And what types of things were you doing?
We celebrated Halloween. I don't really remember what else, but I think we're doing things regularly.
Do you recall going to an event with food trucks?
Yeah.
And do you recall going to an event in November where there were trains to ride with the kids?
Yeah.
I could have the photo from the food truck event, this is exhibit 3. And the photo from the train event, this is exhibit 4. 3 and 4 somewhere. Can they publish?
You may.
So exhibit 3 is this Lindsay, Cora, and Callan at that event.
Yeah.
And exhibit 4, this Lindsay with all 3 kids at that event in November.
Yeah.
Did you have plans for Thanksgiving that year?
Yeah.
What were your plans?
I believe the order was we went to Wallingford where her parents lived in the week before, and then the week after we went to my sister's house.
And where did your sister live? What town?
South Hamilton.
And that was a week after Thanksgiving, is that right, correct?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, it was.
And is this a photo from Thanksgiving at your sister's house?
Yes.
I could have this photo marked as Exhibit 5, I believe.
All right, that may be marked.
Showing you what's been marked. Exhibit 5. Is this Lindsay here on the left?
Yes.
And are those your sisters in the photo with her?
That's one of my sisters and my sister-in-law.
Okay. And have they coordinated outfits for the day? The shirts?
Yeah, I think my sister did.
What was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was in rough shape.
Rough shape?
Yeah.
How so?
She wasn't talking much. She had low energy. She was really depressed. I just remember when she showed up, my sister-in-law gave her a big hug.
And she was able to get through dinner, eat dinner with everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. She interacted with people, is that correct?
I would say very little, but to some degree, sure.
And she took care of the kids with you while she was there?
We both took care of the kids together.
You mentioned earlier that your wedding anniversary is in December, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall going out for your anniversary on December 3rd, 2022, going into Boston?
No, we didn't go out.
You don't recall arranging for a massage for Lindsay and then going to the Omni Parker house and going out to dinner that night?
No, December 3rd, 2022, we stayed home.
You stayed home, okay. Showing you a photo of you and Lindsay. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah.
When was that taken?
I'm not really sure.
It wasn't taken on December 3rd when you were out celebrating your anniversary?
In 2022?
Yes.
No. No, we wanted to go out, but we canceled because she wasn't feeling well. So we stayed home. We got takeout.
Okay. Did you also, on November 26th, 2022, go out as a family to get a Christmas tree?
Yes. Well, probably. I don't know. But yeah, around that time, yes.
Okay. Showing you two photos. Are these from that day when you got the Christmas tree?
Yeah, that looks accurate.
You can have the first photo with all 5. Six. And then the second one is Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Showing you Exhibit 6. This is all of you at the tree farm.
Yeah.
And Exhibit 7, those are the kids.
Yes.
Around December 6th, 2022, did Lindsay tell you she was starting a new medication?
I don't remember specifically.
Is it that you don't remember the date or you don't remember her starting a new medication?
I'm not sure.
Do you remember Lindsay telling you at some point she was starting the medication Seroquel?
Yes.
Do you remember around what time frame that was?
I thought it was before December 6th.
Okay. And do you recall how she was physically after starting the Seroquel?
Awful.
How so?
That was really where her big spiral started. She started to lose a lot of weight, and she became very depressed.
On
And,
Seroquel, she
she's having a really
lost
hard time.
weight?
And did she describe to you some thoughts or feelings that she was having at that time?
On Seroquel, I gained 60 pounds in 3 months. So you go, Lindsay.
Yeah, she started to say she was suicidal.
And was that in December of 2022?
I think so, yeah.
And when she told you she was suicidal, did you ask her if she had a plan on how to kill herself?
Yes.
And what was her response?
She said no.
And did she ever mention a specific way or plan she had to kill herself to you?
No.
And at some point in time, did she tell you that this was the first time she had suicidal thoughts?
I don't know if she mentioned it was the first time or not. I just remember her saying she had them.
Had you ever heard her say that to you before, that she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did you own at that time a Surface Pro, a type of tablet that works as a laptop?
Yeah.
And who had access to that laptop?
We both did.
Okay. You and Lindsay?
Yeah.
And going back to August 22nd, 2022, did you click on a link on that Surface Pro that was titled Methods of Suicide?
Not that I recall.
And August 22nd, 2022, that was before Lindsay had been on any medications, as far as you know, correct?
Correct.
It's a very
Going
good
back
question.
to December.
It's a very, very good question. Very good question. With all these medicines and all these change ups, why was she not hospitalized and put into a treatment facility and worked her medication issue out until they found the right work for her, the right ones that work for her, rather than just keep dumping and dumping and dumping, hoping at home we're going to try this? Because sometimes that doesn't work. Sometimes you need that fucking hospital stay to get it all regulated and everything. So why? There should have been more help. I really think there needs to be more help for this kind of situation, and this is very, very bothersome. Yeah. Yeah. And
She's told you that she's having these thoughts. What's your reaction when she tells you that she's having these suicidal thoughts?
I just wanted to support her. I asked those questions back to her, and her mother was coming up pretty regularly anyways, so we let them know, and we just try to be supportive.
Did she also tell you at that time, at the beginning of December, that she was having some other intrusive thoughts?
Yeah.
Is that how she described them or how you described them, intrusive thoughts?
I would say both.
Okay. And when she told you that she was having intrusive thoughts, did you ask her what they were?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
She described thoughts of hurting the kids or them having some sort of ailment. So like she was very worried that Cora whenever she had a stomach ache, she became overly worried that she was, had like a liver problem or something much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan, and is it disturbing to you? And she said no, and then she said yes.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna back that up just a little bit because I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I don't even know.
Much more dramatic than it was.
Okay. But going back to that first part, she said she had thoughts of harming the kids. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you whether or not she had specific thoughts of how she would harm the kids?
No.
And she didn't describe that as hearing this external voice telling her to harm the kids, correct?
Correct.
She told you she was having intrusive thoughts herself of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
And did you ask her how she was going to harm the kids?
I didn't ask it in that way. It was the same thing. I said, do you have a plan? And is it disturbing to you? And she said no. And then she said yes. And
Let me go back for a minute there. You said, do you have a plan? And she said no. What was the second question? Second part of the question?
I said, do you find it disturbing?
Okay.
And she said yes. And she described it as really the way she was describing it as something that might happen to the kids.
So it was more something might happen than she might do something. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And did she tell you how long she had those thoughts for?
She didn't give a duration.
And how many times did she tell you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids?
A couple times.
And was that a couple times over the course of a night or two in December?
Yeah.
And as a result of her telling you this, that she had thoughts of harming the kids, what did you do?
Her parents came up, and I think I asked her at some point, do you feel like you need to be kept away from them? And she said no. And then, it was very confusing because a minute later she was making them lunch or playing with them or, getting them ready for bed or whatever it was.
So it was.
I'm going to take a moment to remind y'all of a case that I was actually kind of close to. Happened here in town.
It's confusing in that she wasn't physically harming them at the time, but had these thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Right. I never saw Lindsay harm the kids.
And did you also, as a result of these statements, suggest an appointment with nurse practitioner Gelada?
It wasn't as a result of these statements. That appointment was set up because we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving. And she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was.
Okay. Sorry. I had to get through my choke. Do you remember Andrea Yates? You remember she was the one that drowned her 4 children? 4? 5. Noah, John, Paul, Luke, and the 6-month-old baby, Mary. She had severe postpartum depression, psychosis, and schizophrenia. And that she wanted to save their soul and all that. She was convicted of capital murder in 2002, sentenced to life in prison. Conviction was overturned on appeal in 2005 due to erroneous testimony. 2006, a retrial. Jury found her not guilty by reason of insanity, and she was considered to a state mental health facility. So there were signs. I think of that show all the time. And there were signs. Sir, there were signs. And
She felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepine?
Felt we were at her parents' house in Wallingford for Thanksgiving, and she just described how she was feeling on the medication, and she felt that she was addicted to them.
Was that the benzodiazepines that she thought she was addicted to?
Primarily, and then she was taking Seroquel at the same time, and she might have been taking Trazodone or Remeron. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recall testifying previously that I called her parents to come up to stay with us, and I told her that I asked her who her doctor was because I was very concerned at this point. She was prescribed 10 different medications in just over 2 months, so it didn't make sense to me. And then you said, so after her parents came up, she said, I have a remote meeting with Rebecca Gelada, and you said, no, it has to be in person.
Yeah, I felt like it had to be in person because I just felt like there was a disconnect. I felt like we could figure it out, whatever was going on. So it seemed like most of her telehealth appointments were pretty quick, and there just wasn't like a lot of attention. And
Were you present
Right,
for
Southern.
these telehealth visits?
only a few of them, and they were after that meeting with Gelada.
Okay. And that appointment in person with Gelada was December 6th, 2022. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
really,
So
Cindy,
the thought of harming the kids was after Thanksgiving, but before December 6th. Is that correct?
That sounds correct.
Were you concerned for the kid's safety at that time?
No, I wasn't,
And why not?
because she wasn't showing any intention of harming the kids.
And she told you she didn't have a plan, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, directing your attention to December 15th, 2022, did Lindsay go to Mass General Hospital to the emergency department that day?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that?
I remember the reasoning being she told her dad that she wanted to commit suicide, and then she said to me, I told my dad I want to die, and it didn't bother me at all.
And as a result of those statements, you brought her, or did you bring herself to Mass General?
I think I brought her that time.
And at Mass General, she saw medical staff, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did they recommend to her some type of admission to McLean Hospital?
I remember there was one doctor who was in favor of that, and there were two others who were more in favor of a day program.
Okay. And did they give you information about a specific day program?
Yeah, it was women and infants in Providence.
And at that time, when Lindsay was saying that she was suicidal, was she asked if she had a plan?
By the doctors.
Or by you?
I was always checking in with her, and she never told me that she had a plan. I'm not sure what the doctors asked her.
Okay. And after being at Mass General on December 15th, did she go to Women and Infants Hospital in Rhode Island to attempt to get into their postpartum program?
She was already in. She went in as scheduled.
Okay. And but she didn't remain in, correct? She was just there for a day?
Correct.
Okay. And did she go by herself? Did you go with her?
I dropped her off, and then I took Dawson skiing.
Okay. And at some point in time, did Lindsay reach out to you to say she wasn't staying at the program and to come pick her up?
She actually said that the providers at that program suggested to her that she call me and have her come get picked up, and then that I should go in and meet with the providers.
Okay. And then after you picked her up, she was no longer in the program at that point, correct? At Rhode Island Women and Children's, right?
Well, we discussed it with the doctors, and their recommendation was that the program wasn't right for her.
Right. And so you guys returned home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And during this time frame in December, Lindsay's still working out at the Kingsbury Club, correct?
That might be true. I don't recall exactly, but yeah.
I'm going to say this too, Cindy. Men don't have. Let me rephrase this. Is it possible that a man could deal with postpartum depression and understand it to the full extent that a woman can? Think about that. So the detached emotion, understanding this from this gentleman, Patrick Clancy, maybe lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, not necessarily that he doesn't feel his emotions, but he's not going to feel the postpartum. I'm going to be quiet. Be quiet. What did you say, Southern? I don't know about other states, but in South Carolina, she would have been admitted for 6 weeks with the spouse's. Yeah, exactly. In Texas? In Texas? I tell you, all they got to do is go down to the county courthouse and sign a paper and say, nah, I don't think they're right. And they will come pick your ass up, and no matter what county you're in, if it's posted in Harris County, they'll go to Fort Bend County to pick your ass up. They'll go to, they don't give a shit. Somebody in your family go sign those papers down at Harris County, they will come pick you up. regardless of facts, okay? They don't need facts. Not if your family does it in Houston.
Do you recall her going to the Kingsbury Club on December 6th, 13th, 16th, 17th, or 18th?
I mean, I believe that can be true. Yeah, I don't recall those exact dates, but yeah.
At this time when she's saying that she's feeling suicidal, she's telling you she doesn't have a plan, correct?
Mhm.
She's no longer saying she has any thoughts of harming the children, correct?
Correct.
She's still bringing the children to doctor's appointments during that time, right?
Yeah.
Do you recall her bringing Callan and Dawson to the doctors on December 2nd when they weren't feeling well?
Yeah.
And then she was able to call the doctor's office on December 27th and make an appointment for Callan and Cora when they weren't feeling well. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. And take them to the doctor, I believe with you, correct?
Maybe, I don't know.
And then on December 30th, she was able to take Callan to the doctor that day as well and interact with the staff. Is that correct?
Probably.
Then you returned to Mass General Hospital, the emergency department, on December 31st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you go back on the 31st?
Because she was still talking about thoughts of suicide, and I was exhausted. I said, I think it's time to go to McLean. And we didn't have a diagnosis. So we just didn't really know what was wrong. And I think for me, I was hoping that McLean could really evaluate her and try to figure out the best path forward.
Okay, so the path to getting to McLean was to go to the emergency department at Mass General and be referred to McLean. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that night while at the hospital, Lindsay was taking selfies?
No.
That's irrelevant. I'm sorry. What the fact that you know what? Oh, y'all. Okay.
Too soon at these two photos, those things.
Right, that may be admitted, or they may be admitted.
My opinions are my own, and I'm sorry, and if you disagree with me, it's okay. I don't mind. So for those that are watching in the background, it's okay to type. I'm not going to be offended. We're not always going to agree on trials and our thoughts. And for any of those on replay, if you see this, you have comments, put them down below. It's all good. It's all good because this is about, we're discussing it. We're talking about this. We're having this conversation. It's not an easy conversation, and not everybody will be blunt and honest and talk to you the truth. So,
Can you exhibit me taking a selfie at the hospital? Is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that.
And then the second page is just her legs in the doorway. Is that correct?
Yep.
As a result of going to Mass General and telling them about her suicidal thoughts, was she transferred to McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you stay with her throughout that transfer process, or were you able to?
I was not able to. For some reason, they transfer. I don't know if they do this with all patients, but she was transferred at 3 a.m.
Okay. And so she reached McLean in the early morning hours of January 1st, then, of 2023. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you visit her at McLean Hospital?
Yeah.
How often did you see her there?
I think I was able to go twice, or maybe 3 times.
And do you remember, what visiting hours were or what hours you visited?
I don't remember exactly, but it was, something like 2 to 6. And I think there were morning hours, but you couldn't just go anytime.
You couldn't or could?
You could not.
Okay.
I agree
And
with
so
Cindy.
you, out of the few days that she was there, 5 days she was there, you visited 2 or 3 times. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And while you were there with her, did Lindsay talk to you about the treatment that she was receiving at McLean Hospital?
She told me about her experience. It didn't really seem like she was getting any treatment.
Okay. Did she tell you that she wasn't really getting any treatment or wasn't getting as much care or treatment as she wanted?
Well, I think by the 3rd day, I said, what have the doctors said? And she said, I haven't met with a doctor. The challenge was she arrived on a Saturday, and then I think Monday was an observed holiday, so she didn't see a doctor until Tuesday. So until then, she was coloring and playing with clay and going for walks.
Were you aware that she was seen by a resident, a doctor, the first 2 days she was there, and then an attending on the 3rd day that she was there?
No.
Were you aware that she was seen by a licensed social worker, group therapist, and other mental health workers every day while she was there?
No, I didn't get any updates.
Were you aware that she was offered one-on-one therapy by unit staff every day that she was there?
No.
Did you know that she participated in group therapy on January 1st for 45 minutes, a session about illness and symptom management?
I was aware of some group activities. I didn't know the details of it.
And were you aware that she participated in 2 group therapy sessions, one for 45 minutes and one for 50 minutes, one on self-compassion and one on illness and symptom management on January 3rd?
I wasn't aware of the subject of any of the meetings, no.
Okay, I want to pause there and say, you know what? She was doing what she was supposed to be doing while she was in the mental state, therapy, hospital, whatever you want to call it. She was obviously going to the classes, doing the things. Yes, they color. Yes, we do wood burning. We do, well, probably don't anymore. Back in the 90s, they did wood burning, but I don't think they allow wood burners in a mental facility anymore. But you go through shit. You oh my God, y'all.
Were you aware that she declined further group therapy and treatment
Yes, because you get tired.
in the afternoon of January 3rd?
No.
Were you aware that on January 4th, she participated in a group for 40 minutes called Medication Management?
No.
Were you aware that she participated in a group on January 5th on expressive therapy for 45 minutes?
No.
And were you aware that she declined further treatment 2 times on January 5th, one to attend group therapy and one to attend a session on cognitive behavioral processes?
No.
Were you aware that Lindsay asked the doctors to be discharged on the 6th, Friday the 6th, because she wanted to go to Cora's birthday party on the 7th?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware, or did Lindsay tell you that she then asked the doctors to discharge her on January 5th because she wanted to go home and get ready for the party?
I wasn't aware of Lindsay asking the doctors to be discharged.
Okay. Were there any insurance issues in terms of insurance refusing to pay for her stay at McLean Hospital?
We didn't really get to that point.
You weren't advised by the social worker or any staff there that there were any issues with your insurance, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, but I wouldn't have cared either.
Would you have just paid for it if needed?
I would have paid anything. Yeah.
Thank you for dropping those type of links, Cindy, while we're doing this trial. It's greatly appreciated. And the 988 also suicide hotline.
Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to break?
Yes.
All right, so members of the jury, we're going to break for the afternoon.
Okay, they go for a break. But yeah, I appreciate that, Cindy. And if we could drop more of the the prevention hotlines and stuff like that in there. Because this is a very triggering topic. And we're all adults. And, at first when he started showing those photos on the opening statements, I was kind of a little worried, but we're all adults in here. We know what this trial's about. So with all due respect, I think we'll be okay.
All right. Anything we need to talk about before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor. Did you want the witness on the stand now or after?
Well, if we've got a couple of seconds, jurors are coming in right now. If you want to have them take
Okay,
the stand, that's fine.
I will. Can you drop those in our Discord, and then I'll go back and open it up and do that while they're talking, please. Those that you're putting in chat, put it in my Discord, and I'll put it in our chat, and then I'll go back and put it in the stream because I got it pulled up.
Clancy, I do appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Be seated.
Court, all right.
Well, I wonder if those are her parents. They're standing behind her.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And as a parent, how do you sit here and watch this and grieve and process this yourself, knowing that your child did this to your grandchildren? You love your child and you know they needed help. And you...
Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up. Yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank you. We could have them mark this in next four exhibit.
All right. It may be marked.
So showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Sidebar. Okay.
Everyone in the photograph.
I think
Whoa.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Yeah, Southern, she's paralyzed because she jumped out the window to try to commit suicide after she took the lives of the children. So that's Miss Lindsay right here in the wheelchair.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, members of the jury. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, before the break, we were talking about Lindsay's stay at McLean Hospital, correct?
correct.
Were you aware that she was discharged on January 5th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, bring her home that day?
I picked her up. Yeah.
Were you aware that she had a follow-up appointment with Dr. Jennifer Tufts the following day?
Yes.
I want to show you some photos here of the children and just ask if this is a fair and accurate depiction of how they looked in January of 2023.
Yes.
Thank Thank you. You could have them mark this in its 4 exhibits.
All right. They may be marked.
So we're showing you exhibit 9. This is Cora, correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about what Cora was like in January of 2023, what her interests were?
Um,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this, please.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Okay, so that must have been what happened, and I was looking away doing this other thing, so I think that's
So, sir, if you could just tell us a little bit about Cora's interests.
I didn't know why they sidebar. I was over here looking at something, putting something in the background of the stream.
At that time.
Cora was into princesses. And she had a lot of friends. And she just liked taking care of people.
And showing you Dawson, correct?
Yes.
What kind of things was Dawson interested in 2023?
He was into firefighters and trucks. And he liked Paw Patrol.
Exhibit 11, Callan. He's only 8 months old, correct?
Correct.
Did he have any interest or
He was just a happy baby.
baby? And then just showing you briefly exhibit 12. Does this picture clearly indicate their sizes in relation to each other in January?
Okay. And now we see the emotion coming out in him. Now that they're talking about his children, he's breathing heavy. He's getting emotional again. This is hard, even him as a parent, having to relive this. I mean, it's been 3 years. He was okay talking about his wife for the moment there, but yeah, I maybe the pictures are just too much for him right now. I'm yeah.
January 2023.
Yes.
After Lindsay was released from McLean Hospital, was there a birthday party for Cora on January 7th, 2023?
Yes.
And who had organized that birthday party?
I think we both did.
Okay. And where was it?
It was at Nova in Plymouth.
And was Lindsay present for the party?
Yes.
And do you recall who got all the supplies and everything for the party?
I think Lindsay did.
We could play a video. I'm going to ask you to look at a video and just tell me if you recognize this as a video.
Oh, this is going to be a video of the children, and he may lose his mind. So,
From the party. Or was that from the party?
Yeah.
And was that Cora seated in front of Lindsay while singing happy birthday?
Yeah.
And there's a second.
definitely,
clip.
Cindy.
Again, was that Cora and Lindsay?
Yeah.
Hope to have the birthday videos as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
13 so far. From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023, did you check on and
Wait,
from 13 so far? From Cora's birthday party until January 23rd, 2023.
They said.
Did you check on and check in with Lindsay?
Every day.
And how did you do that?
I would ask her in the morning how she's feeling, how she slept.
And did she tell you that she was sleeping better?
Maybe a little bit better, but she was still struggling.
And did you ask her during that time if she had suicidal thoughts?
Yeah,
And what was her response?
she told me no.
She told you what?
She said no.
No. Did she ever tell you during that time period that she was having thoughts of harming the children?
No.
Did you as a family go to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Was the defendant able to participate in activities with the children while at the museum on January 8th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up some photographs. Just ask you to ID or identify everyone in the photograph so that the jurors can follow their movements through the video footage and video. So if I may, down here in the maroon colored shirt,
It's Dawson.
Dawson, and in the red skirt,
Cora.
and in the gray jacket,
Lindsay.
and here pushing the carriage,
That's me.
and is Callan in the carriage at that time?
Yeah.
And permission to play the video, Your
Can I
Honor.
see you again, sidebar?
The bathing suit here. It's the Charlie Horse Restaurant.
Later.
And at this time, we've moved to submit the still photograph and the video pursuant to the discussion at sidebar. I'd move to submit the full video in as one exhibit for identification and the timeline video as the exhibit.
Timeline. Did we, you gonna submit a copy of that later?
No, there's a full video that was provided by the
Right.
Museum of Science, and then there's a timeline that was created following the family through the museum. And you can get snippets from this video.
Okay, that's fine.
So for identification. Museum of Science. Exhibit C, so marked. And then museum timeline for the next exhibit, exhibit 14. Sir, after going to the Museum of Science, well, let me go back to that for a moment. At the Museum of Science, do you recall the defendant being able to interact with the children at exhibits that required, manipulating knobs and materials and showing the children how to do those exhibits and interacting with them at those exhibits?
Yeah, Lindsay was always able to interact with our kids, even including at the Museum of Science.
Okay. And then after your trip to the Museum of Science, do you remember going to the Charlie Horse restaurant with the kids and Lindsay?
Yes.
And how soon after the Museum of Science was that? Do you recall?
I don't recall the exact dates.
Okay. And what type of place is the Charlie Horse restaurant?
It's like a family restaurant with games.
And how was the defendant's demeanor at the restaurant?
It was good. I was hopeful
Why were you hopeful?
because she seemed much better.
And then on January 14th, 2023, were you able to go to brunch with your friends while the defendant was home with the children?
Yeah.
And about how long were you gone?
About 2 hours.
Were there any issues or problems that you were aware of while you were gone?
No, she encouraged me to go. She said, "You've just been inside a lot. You should go out," and it was fine.
And while you were there at brunch, she send you photos of the kids and text messages?
I think so, yeah.
Direct your attention to January 15th, 2023. Did you and Lindsay and the kids go to the Cape Codder and Hyannis?
Yeah.
And was there a water park there?
Yeah.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
It seemed pretty good.
Was she able to interact with the children and participate in the activities?
Yes.
I could bring up photos. Again, I would just like you to look at the photos to point out who the individuals are in the photo. So here in the dark shorts with the white band on the top,
It's me.
and then in the bathing suit here with the
It's
ponytail,
Cora.
and then in the striped swimsuit at the bottom.
It's Dawson.
And then here in the black bathing suit without shoulder straps,
Lindsay.
Lindsay. And is that was Cora with her?
Yes.
And in this third photo, is that Lindsay with Callan in her arms?
Yeah.
And that photo there is that Dawson with the striped bathing suit.
Yep.
We can go to the video with the court's permission.
Hold on.
I'm just going to go to certain clips. If we could start with from the beginning to 40 seconds in and play. Sir, if you could tell us who, well, can you confirm that that's you and the children and Lindsay arriving now?
Yes.
Would that be Cora in the purple jacket with the pink boots?
Yes.
And Lindsay in the gray coat with the backpack?
Yes.
And then if we could go to 139. And during this time, are you waiting to check in and get your wristbands and all of that?
Yeah.
I'm here. I just have me off so y'all can see the picture better.
We could go to 647. Do you recognize this play area?
Yes.
And did you and Lindsay and the children go over to this pirate ship area?
Yep.
Showing you here, is that Cora that just went down the slide?
Yeah.
And is that you there by the slide?
Yeah.
We can go to 1122. Let's see.
why did I just see Trump flash across my screen? And I swear to God, I did not touch anything. Comedy in the chaos. What the fuck just happened? What just... Hello? 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 Wait a minute. I think that calls for something. Hold on. Hold on. I got something for that. Comedy in the chaos. Let's keep rolling. Jesus Christ almighty.
We could go to 1406. Oh. $16.25. Sir, here at 1625. That Cora and then Lindsay that go down the slide together.
Yeah.
We can go to 1745. That the same thing here?
Yeah.
So she's able to interact with Cora and the others, participate in the activities?
Yeah.
If we could go to 4753, please.
That comment bothered me. This woman just said, so she was able to play and enjoy activities. Is that, I think that's exactly what she just said. I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to back that up. Just because you're dealing with mental issues and psychosis and does not mean you cannot enjoy. Because if that's what she said, I have a problem with that.
If we could go to 4753, please. You're up in the corner here.
Yep.
Is this you and Dawson and Cora entering the pool area?
Yeah.
Lindsay was with Callan at that time, correct?
Yes.
So you were comfortable with her being off in a separate area with Callan while you were with Cora and Dawson that day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's all, thank you. I move to submit the pod photos and timeline.
Again, let me just see over here just briefly, just so I have that straight.
So to do is the exhibit with the guidelines at sidebar.
Right, pursuant to our discussion, that portion may be admitted.
15 somewhere.
What's that, 15? Okay, thank you.
Sir, directing your attention now to January 16th, 2023. Did you go skiing that day?
Yeah.
And who did you go skiing with?
Cora.
And was it just the two of you?
No, we went with another dad and his son.
Okay. And who was that dad?
Adam Schwabach.
Okay. And was Lindsay home with Callan and Dawson that day when you went skiing with Cora?
Yeah.
Were there any issues or problems that you're aware of when she was home alone with the kids all day?
No.
And was she able to communicate with you throughout the day?
Yeah.
And how was that communication done?
Text. I might have called her. I'm not sure.
And do you recall texting each other back and forth photos of you with Cora and the boys at home and what they were doing?
Yeah.
And so she was able to take those photographs and send them to you without any apparent problem, correct?
Correct.
Show you the 3 text messages with the attached photos. Thank you. And sir, are these accurate copies of the text messages with the photos that were sent between yourself and the defendant on January 16th, 2023?
Yes.
If I could move to have these marked as the next 3 exhibits, Your Honor.
They may be admitted.
Exhibit 16, 17, and 18. Your Honor. And so, sir, showing you the first photo, which was been marked exhibit 16. Did you start off the conversation by sending the photo of you and Cora skiing?
Yeah.
And showing you exhibit 17, did Lindsay respond by taking and sending this photo of Dawson?
Yeah.
And then did she respond again, sending you selfie she took of herself and Callan?
Yeah.
And you felt comfortable leaving Callan and Dawson home with her that day?
Yeah.
And why is that?
She seemed to be doing a lot better.
In what ways did she seem to be doing better?
Her mood seemed better. She was more active, and she was able to partake in more things.
She was also going to the gym during that time as well, correct? To the Kingsbury Club?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Were you hopeful at that time that things were getting better?
Yeah.
Did Lindsay's parents visit you the weekend of January 21st through the 22nd?
Yeah.
And whose idea was that? Do you recall?
I think it was theirs. I think they were just coming to visit to say hi.
And what did you guys do that weekend?
We just hung out and went to a friend's house on Sunday. They left after we got back from there.
And whose friend's house did you go to that Sunday?
The Carneys.
Carney's, okay. And who went to the Carneys?
Lindsay, myself, Dawson, and Cora.
And what did you do there?
There was a fire, and I think we roasted marshmallows or something like that.
And how was Lindsay's demeanor that day?
She was quieter that day. So, that was the extent of it.
Was she able to interact with the Carneys?
Yeah, but she's quiet.
Okay. And you said you returned home and then her parents left?
Yeah.
Do you recall Lindsay and her mom taking a picture together that weekend?
Yeah.
Is that photo?
Yeah, that's it.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 19. And Lindsay seemed to be doing better that weekend, correct?
Overall, yeah.
Were you aware that her mother had sent her a text saying something to the effect of, "I'm glad you're doing so much better"?
I became aware of that later, yeah.
And just showing exhibit 19.
Cameraman's making me dizzy.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mark the still photo from the Museum of Science. If we could have that as the next.
Sure.
Exhibit 20. Thank you. That Monday, after her parents had gone home to Connecticut, so Monday the 23rd of January, did Cora and Dawson go to school?
Yeah.
And do you recall Lindsay picking them up that afternoon?
Yeah.
When Lindsay returned home with Cora and Dawson, did she discuss with you that Cora was having some stomach issues at school?
Yeah.
And were you familiar with the stomach issues that Cora had been having?
Yeah.
And did you have an idea of what was causing those stomach issues?
Yeah, it wasn't unusual. She was embarrassed to go to the bathroom at school, so she just held it all day.
Okay. And so this was a common occurrence?
Yeah.
And were you aware that Cora had her 5-year physical scheduled for the next day, Tuesday, the 24th?
No, I didn't know that was already scheduled. I thought she called it in and set it up. So that's news to me.
Okay. So would it have been Lindsay who would make those kinds of appointments, the physicals and all of that?
She usually handled that, yeah.
Okay. And going to Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, were you working that day?
I'm sorry, you said on the 24th?
Yes, Tuesday,
Yeah.
the 24th.
Yeah.
That morning was Cora's doctor's appointment at 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
And who took her to the doctor's appointment?
Lindsay.
And did anyone have to go with her, or did she drive herself and Cora there?
It's just Lindsay and Cora.
And you were home with the boys, is that right?
Yeah.
And while you're with the boys and Lindsay's with Cora at the doctor's, are you sending text messages and photos back and forth?
Yeah.
And why did you send a photo of Dawson to Lindsay that morning?
Because he dressed himself completely for the first time.
And he was excited about that?
Yeah.
And did she respond back with a photo of Cora?
Yeah.
Are these the photos you sent back and forth?
Yeah.
I could have the photo of Dawson as the next exhibit and the photo of Cora as the following.
All right, they may be admitted.
21 and 22 somewhere. Publishing these. Exhibit 21 and exhibit 22. And while you were texting with Lindsay back and forth, were you able to understand her text messages?
Yeah.
Did she seem to understand yours in response?
Yes.
Did she return home?
Yes.
And do you recall around what time she got home that morning?
8:30.
And once she got home, what did you do?
I think I got ready for work.
And while you were downstairs working in your office, do you know what Lindsay and the kids were doing?
They built a snowman and they did some art projects.
And how did you know this was happening?
She texted me a picture.
So Lindsay was continuing to text you and send you photographs throughout that day?
Yeah, and I went up to say hi at one point.
Okay. First, I just want to show you the text messages back and forth. The text being on the right-hand side. We're going to look through there and just see if you recognize the messages going back and forth between you and Lindsay that morning. That day.
Right. This is says activity sensor.
Excuse me?
I think this is something else.
So starting at 7 a.m. on the 24th, and we go to 8:17 a.m. This is the photo you sent
Yeah.
to Dawson, and then the replies going to 8:18 a.m. Is this the reply from Lindsay? And then throughout the day, just messages back and forth up to the point. page 940, where Lindsay's sending you the photos of the kids in the snow. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. We could have the text messages marked as the next
All
exhibit.
right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 23. And just look at one photo. Is this one of the photos
Yeah.
you sent? We could have the photograph marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 24. How often do you think or do you remember going upstairs that day to interact with Lindsay and the kids?
Once or twice. It was a busier day than usual.
And when you did come up to interact with them, how was Lindsay's mood?
She seemed happy.
Happy? And how could you tell that? What was she doing?
She was playing with the kids, and she seemed in a good mood.
At any point during that day when you came up or while she's texting you, did she tell you she was having suicidal thoughts?
No.
Did she tell you she was having thoughts of harming the kids?
No.
Did she ask for help or anything that caused concern?
No, she was having one of her best days.
One of her best days? I want to direct your attention to 4:53 p.m. that day. Did you receive a text from Lindsay about dinner?
Yeah.
And do you recall what it said?
Something along the lines of, do you want to get takeout? I haven't planned anything.
Do you recall it saying, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day.
Yeah.
Had you been to 3V restaurant previously?
Yeah.
Alone or with the family?
With the family.
And approximately how many times had you been there to eat?
Probably 3 times.
And so you had all gotten in the car and driven from your home to 3V restaurant in Plymouth approximately 3 times?
Yeah, sometimes we were already out somewhere, but yeah.
Okay, but been there 3 times. Had you ever done takeout from there before?
No.
Where would you typically do takeout when?
Cindy, you know, if you know me and you know my intro song, it's like a rickety old track. Okay, that's where that comes from. I wrote that. It's a roller coaster.
You were going to do takeout at home?
The Chestnut Grill. I think another one was West End Grill.
Were those closer than 3V to your home?
Yeah.
So Lindsay suggested 3V and you agreed, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Did she send you another text at 4:56 p.m. asking you to take a look at the menu?
Yeah.
And did you send a text at 5:06 p.m. About Callan?
Yeah, I asked if he had taken a nap.
And did she respond?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
That it was a shorter nap and he was awake.
And at that time, did you also send a separate text asking what she was getting at 3V?
Yeah.
And what was her response?
I don't remember what she ordered.
Do you recall a Mediterranean power bowl?
Yeah, that sounds right.
And did she ask you what you were getting?
Yeah.
And at 5:08 p.m., did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her?
I forget what it was.
Do you recall scallop and pork belly risotto?
Yeah.
That was it?
Yep.
Sounds good.
Who called in the order to 3V?
Lindsay.
Once the order was placed, what did you do?
I came upstairs. I took Callan for a minute, and then I rocked him by my knees, kissed Cora on the head, and I slipped right back.
And what was Dawson doing when you were leaving?
He was eating chicken nuggets on the couch.
And do you recall if he was using a bowl or a plate?
It was a bowl.
She is breathing so heavy. I know she's trying to control those emotions. Look at her face.
Do you remember what the defendant's, well, first of all, where was the defendant seated when you left the house, or was she seated?
She was standing. In
And
the
where was
doorway.
she?
In the doorway of the living room.
And was that the doorway by the front door or the doorway by the basement door?
This doorway by the basement door.
And did she have Callan, or where was Callan?
She had Callan.
Okay. And what was her demeanor?
Normal.
Counsel, can I see both sidebar here? Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point for the day, all right? So what we're going to do is I'm going to excuse you till Wednesday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. Just remind you, I'm going to ask those same questions I asked you this morning, whether or not you did any research or you saw anything that would affect your ability to remain.
Okay. So I'm not done yet. I have another little interview that I want to go ahead and review. That's how the day ended. Now, I can tell you, so Patrick testified today that Lindsay had no plans to hurt the kids when she confessed her intrusive thoughts in December. He even said that the day of the murders was one of her best days. Does that destroy the defense? Their argument of sudden, unpredictable psychotic break, or does it prove how masterful postpartum depression masks itself? Think about that, because you can hide things. With any mental health situation, you can hide things to an extent. And there's so much. She was having these intrusive thoughts. So it recessed for the day, with Patrick concluding his emotional first day of testimony as the prosecution's star witness. There's some conflict in scheduling, so they're not going to have court tomorrow. We will be here. I will give y'all something to watch tomorrow. I'm not sure what, but they're going to resume Wednesday. So we'll be back to doing this on Wednesday. But tomorrow I'll have something else for us to do during the day because I'm going to stream every day this week. So breaking it down, the prosecutor, she displayed photos of Patrick's children, including his daughter, Cora, from the time Lindsay was released from the hospital. He became choked up. He took a lot of deep breaths to answer. And in response, we got to see Lindsay. She's over there, began openly crying. She reaches for tissues at the defense table. There was a lot of emotions going on. Patrick testified that Lindsay was struggling with escalating mental health issues in the fall of 2022 following the birth of their third child. He revealed twice in December that Lindsay confessed to having thoughts of hurting kids and suicidal ideations. He also asked her if she needed to be kept away from the children. He said no. State showed no actual intent to harm them, making the situation confusing because the next minute she was making them lunch or playing with them. So they're trying to make it just all over the place. And I'm not sure how comfortable I am with the way they're presenting things. So, we get to go look at a house with Southern. So what I want to watch is, I want to watch this. This was put out by Scandal. This was put out 20 hours ago. Actually, it was yesterday. This was about the court arguments that happened earlier. It was at the end of last week. And I was going to bring this to y'all, and then I got busy and didn't get to. So here we are. We're going to watch it now. It's only 28 minutes long, so we'll get through it.
Both sides go head to head with.
So this was pretrial drama that happened. So this will come to light within the this will be talked about. So
heated arguments.
What I can't fathom is the district attorney's intent to put a circus in front of this jury that's calculated to just inflame the passions of the jury.
It is not the Commonwealth putting on a circus or a parade. It's the Commonwealth presenting the evidence in this case to prove that the defendant killed those children in the manner in which they were killed. Now, if defense would like us to reduce some of these witnesses, that would mean not talking about one of the children. So if he would like to tell me which of these children don't matter.
We're unpacking all the arguments from both sides in week 1 of the Lindsay Clancy trial. This is Scandal, presented by Law and Crime.
thank you, Cora.
Fireworks in the courtroom and opening statements haven't even been presented yet. That's how tense things are in Plymouth County, Massachusetts, where 35-year-old Lindsay Clancy is accused of murdering her 3 young children, strangling them with exercise bands in her upscale South Shore home. But here's the thing. Lindsay's defense doesn't deny it. In fact, they admit she killed her children, but they say she was experiencing postpartum psychosis at the time, and that voices in her head and a cocktail of nearly a dozen medications caused her to act. And we'll get to the specifics in a moment, but first, the fireworks that erupted in the Plymouth County Courthouse this week when a motions hearing took a turn.
But I still want to say that I think it's reprehensible the way the government is trying this case.
Honor, if I may, I'd just like to say that I understand why defense counsel would want to brush past what happened to these children, whitewash away
All right,
what happened, and
what we're gonna
focus
do.
on something else.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to end that now. All right?
So he gets an opportunity to say it.
No, I stopped that.
But that wasn't the only moment that got tense. The Commonwealth had a chance to fire back, and boy, did they ever.
The Commonwealth did not choose the ages of the victims. The defendant did. The Commonwealth did not choose the horrific nature in which they died. The defendant did. It is not the Commonwealth putting on a circus or a parade. It's the Commonwealth presenting the evidence in this case to prove that the defendant killed those children in the manner in which they were killed. Now, if defense would like us to reduce some of these witnesses, that would mean not talking about one of the children. So if he would like to tell me which of these children don't matter.
You know what? I'll tell you. We don't need that. All right?
During all of this tension, Lindsay Clancy herself was so overcome with emotions during these arguments, she began crying. I was there in the courtroom all week, and I kept a close eye on Lindsay Clancy during all of the proceedings. And let me tell you, it's very stark when the bailiff asks the entire courtroom to stand, and everyone does except for Lindsay, who is confined to a wheelchair. I mean, it's not lost on anyone that she has physical impairments because there are nurses behind her at all times. As far as Lindsay's emotions go, I saw kind of a range. Most of the time she was stone-faced, listening in to what everyone was saying, seemingly following along with everyone, but showing very little emotion. A few times, though, I did see her do quote unquote ordinary things like pop a mint, laugh with her defense attorney, but those moments were few and far between. Most of the time, she had a blank stare and just a completely straight face. When the judge read the allegations against Lindsay that she'd strangled her 3 children, I was seated behind Lindsay's parents and her grandmother. And as these allegations were read out, Lindsay's mother hung her head, almost even unable to look forward. And you have to remember.
So that kind of answers our question there that we were talking about earlier is, these people sitting behind her that support her, again, this goes back to when a crime, no matter what it is committed, you are not the person doing the crime. You're not only hurting yourself or whatever you do to commit that crime, you're hurting so many others around you. You don't realize that what you have done has triggered a whole wave of emotions that it's not only going to affect you, it's going to affect so many other people. And here we're talking about now her parents sitting behind her, her mom putting her head down. And this picture right here that we're looking at, this breaks my heart. This breaks my heart.
These are her grandchildren that are gone. It has to be a heartbreaking thing to hear over and over again as the trial moves forward. So, needless to say, this week's proceedings saw everything. Lindsay Clancy breaking down, tensions running high in the court, and we're going to take a closer look at all of that. But first, let's backtrack just a bit to discuss how we got here. Now, I've been reporting on this case since it broke 3.5 years ago, and since then, a major question has emerged. Did Lindsay Clancy murder her 3 young children in cold blood, or was she suffering from postpartum psychosis and had a true mental break? Now, the Commonwealth alleges the former, that Lindsay Clancy acted knowingly and with premeditation, murdering her 3 young children. That's 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan, strangling them with exercise bands on January 24th, 2023. But since the incident, Lindsay's defense and her former husband, Patrick, have been steadfast that Lindsay was suffering from a mental break at the time. They don't deny that she killed the children, but they do deny that it was murder. Now, at this point, Patrick and Lindsay Clancy are divorced. Patrick is actually remarried, but back in 2023, the couple were together, having been married since 2016. And in the early years, Lindsay worked as a nurse at the renowned Mass Gen Hospital in Boston. And by all accounts, she was very loving and dedicated to her patients. According to multiple reports, Lindsay's demeanor only changed after having kids. She reportedly started to develop anxiety and depression, especially after her 2nd and 3rd children. After the birth of the 3rd baby, Callan, Lindsay's defense says her symptoms reached an all-time high. They say she was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and even admitted to a psychiatric hospital just north of Boston for her struggles with thoughts of self-harm. Her stay there happened in the weeks before the murders, but her mental health treatment started way before that. According to court docs, Lindsay had been on a regimen of up to 13 different psychotropic meds, both to monitor her mood and her sleep. That's medications like Prozac, Zoloft, and Ambien. A lawsuit filed by Patrick Clancy would later refer to all of these prescriptions as a cocktail that created the perfect storm of terror. Just this year, Patrick filed a lawsuit against the doctors, claiming this large amount of drugs actually hurt Lindsay more than it helped her, and in fact, altered her mental state. Patrick had been so worried about Lindsay in this time after her concerning journal entries and all of this, he hardly ever left her alone. Either he would stay with her and the kids or a family member would come and do the same. But that's not what happened on the day of January 24th, 2023. That morning, Lindsay Clancy's oldest daughter, Cora, was having some stomach issues, so Lindsay took her to the doctor for an appointment. When they got back, Lindsay and the kids played outside in the snow. They even built a snowman. Around 4 p.m., Lindsay Googled the 3V restaurant in Plymouth and looked up the driving distance from her home in Duxbury to the restaurant. And this is important, as prosecutors will later argue Lindsay murdered the children with premeditation, making sure that Patrick would be out of the house long enough that she could complete this act without interruption. But according to a lawsuit filed by Lindsay's team, that's not exactly what happened. Yes, she did send Patrick out to get dinner, and yes, she did ask him to run to CVS to pick up something for Cora. But after that, they say she suffered a severe mental break. This is straight from that lawsuit. It reads, as soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a
Pick you a chat, 80s. You can go on either side you want, buddy. As long as you wipe your feet before you enter, love, you can come as much as you want and walk through here. As soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice. This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself. So when we finish watching this, we're gonna watch the last like 15 minutes of Peter Tragos did a video, and it's gonna talk about the postpartum and his view on some of this. So after we watch this.
Loud, demanding, repetitious voice. This is your last chance. Kill the children so you can kill yourself. Lindsay's team argues she felt a force come over her and started to experience a series of hallucinations. She says she experienced a dreamlike state where she had no choice but to follow the orders of these voices, and then described watching herself carry out the murders. Back to the lawsuit, Lindsay described, I lost all control. My body started acting without any control on my part. I was just following commands. All action. The voice demanded action. Lindsay proceeded to strangle each of her children, uttering, "Go to God, baby." Prosecutors say Lindsay used exercise bands to strangle each of her children before ingesting a substantial amount of medications, cutting her wrists and neck, and jumping out of a second-story window to land on the frozen ground. She suffered severe injuries from the jump and remains permanently paralyzed from the waist down. Since the children's death, Lindsay has been in custody and actually in medical care. She's even appeared in past hearings from a hospital bed. And this week, she was accompanied by 2 nurses every single day. And that leads us to this week, the start of the trial against Lindsay Clancy. She faces 3 charges of murder brought by the Commonwealth for the deaths of Cora, Dawson, and Callan. The defense has long opposed these charges, but is now ready to fight using the lack of criminal responsibility defense. Now, this is most commonly known as the insanity defense, meaning the defendant says they're not guilty by reason of insanity. But that's not exactly how it works here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This is straight from the Commonwealth statute. It reads, if the Commonwealth has proved the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, the Commonwealth must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the alleged offense. Under the law, a person is not guilty if they lacked criminal responsibility when they committed the offense. This is sometimes referred to as not guilty by reason of insanity. There is no burden on the defendant to prove that they lacked criminal responsibility. So that means 0 burden on the defense to prove that Lindsay Clancy had a mental disease or defect. In fact, it's all on the burden of the Commonwealth to prove that despite any sort of diagnosis, that Lindsay Clancy was criminally responsible at the time of the murders. The statute goes on to specify, to establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform their conduct to the law's requirements, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed at the time of the alleged offense did not deprive the defendant of their ability to behave as the law requires, that is, to obey the law. Now, I was in the courtroom this week for jury selection, and let me tell you, this was confusing to potential jurors. I heard during individual voir dire, at least one person, a prospective juror, couldn't understand what all of this meant. He said, quote, "I don't understand the difference between not guilty and not guilty of insanity. I just don't get it." This man was ultimately excused, and he's not seated on the.
Yeah, I heard there was a lot from because I tried to watch as much as what I could, like the pre-trial stuff, to know where it was going. And I had heard that a lot of people were like, I don't get it. It doesn't, 1 and 1 doesn't make 2, it just wasn't adding up. So I don't find this as an odd statement. I don't. And this would not be a trial that I would want to be a juror on, in my opinion.
Jury, but this is a very important thing for potential jurors to understand, so much so that it was actually on the jury questionnaire. Now, I got my hands on it from a source at the Boston Globe. There were 8 questions total, and one of them was the following. The defense in this case is that Ms. Clancy is not guilty due to not being criminally responsible at the time that she killed her 3 children. This is commonly referred to as an insanity defense. Is there anything about this so-called insanity defense that would offend you or cause you to not be able to fairly decide this case? Additionally, the questionnaire asked a lot about mental health for obvious reasons. A few of these questions included, have you, a family member, or close friend ever been diagnosed with postpartum depression, generalized anxiety disorder?
This was a question on the questionnaire for jury duty selection. Have you, a family member, or close friend ever been diagnosed with postpartum depression, generalized anxiety disorder, or bipolar? Just check them all off, okay? What the fuck? Hello? Wait a minute. Y'all, I'm sorry.
At what time of the day do you start becoming a smartass?
When I wake up.
Disorder or bipolar disorder? Another question asked, have you, a family member or close friend, had an experience with a psychiatrist, psychologist, or mental health facility that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial?
I couldn't be picked for this trial. If I had to answer these all honestly, they'd be like, oh, you're nuts. Nope, you can't come.
impartial in this case. And let me just say, there has been zero testimony yet. This entire week, it was simply jury selection and a few motions hearings. And yet, I saw multiple people crying, 3 yesterday alone. And here's what's staggering. As potential jurors were called to individual voir dire, they were just inches from Lindsay Clancy herself. I heard multiple prospective jurors saying things like, quote, "I'm a mom and I just can't." I saw people bringing literal boxes of tissues to voir dire, crying in front of Lindsay Clancy herself, something I've never seen before in jury selection. Now, on day 2 of all of this, there was some additional drama when a previously seated juror came forward in front of both the judge and the Commonwealth and the defense. And let me tell you, he was emotional. He was loud. I even could hear him over the white noise. And this is what he said. It's a direct quote. "I just don't know if I can handle being on the jury. I've just heard about it, and a crime like this is really just horrible. I don't think I can handle it." And mind you, all of this is.
These are just people from the public being pulled in for jury duty, feeling this way. Trying to make a decision of can this person be on a jury? And these people are like, I can't do it. These crimes affect so many emotionally, mentally, just damn.
Said just inches from Lindsay Clancy herself. Now, that juror was ultimately removed from the jury, as were 2 others who had previously been seated. There was really so much confusion this week during jury selection. Both sides agreed they wanted to seat a panel of 18 jurors, so 12 jurors plus 6 alternates. And every time it seemed like they were close to seating 18, a juror who had already been seated would be removed. But finally, Thursday afternoon, the entire jury was seated. As it stands, it's made up of 12 women and 6 men. And I think it just goes to show how contentious this case is. People have strong feelings on both sides, and it's of the utmost importance that an impartial jury is seated to decide Lindsay Clancy's fate. But emotions are running high, and we saw proof of that yesterday in court. Now, we weren't allowed to record jury selection, but during motions hearings, it was fair game. So thankfully, we have all this on video. Now, the first discussion was regarding a motion that Patrick Clancy himself filed on July 20th. In this motion, Patrick Clancy requests that multiple pieces of evidence be impounded, meaning they could not be released to the media or the public. The motion reads in part, "The potential harmful and everlasting emotional impact to Mr. Clancy and his family of any public dissemination of such graphic and sensational evidence and exhibits related to his 3 children is immeasurable." The items that Patrick is hoping to keep away from the media are the following: the 911 call that Patrick made when he found Lindsay Clancy and the 3 children, photos of the children, including autopsy photos, and photos of them before the.
Why would he not want the 911 call out? I'm sorry. I didn't hear what she said after that. After I just heard the 911 call and I was like, wait, what?
Immeasurable. The items that Patrick is hoping to keep away from the media are the following: the 911 call that Patrick made when he found Lindsay Clancy and the 3 children, photos of the children, including autopsy photos, and photos of them before their deaths, the clothing that the children were wearing at the time of their deaths, and, quote, material Patrick gave to both sides. Now, Patrick was not in court yesterday for this argument, but his attorney, David Meyer, was.
On behalf of Patrick Clancy, the father of the 3 child victims in this case, he recognizes, and I recognize on his behalf, that he has no authority, no standing, and no intention of suggesting to this court or to the attorneys how to try their case, how to conduct direct or cross-examination, and perhaps most importantly, what evidence or exhibits should be introduced during the trial. Mr. Clancy, respectfully, Judge, is not seeking to close the courtroom at any time during the trial. Mr. Clancy is not seeking to address the admissibility of any evidence or to exclude any evidence from the jury. And he's not in any way seeking to prejudice the Commonwealth or the defendant in any way. What Mr. Clancy is seeking through counsel, Your Honor, respectfully, is to restrict in a very limited way the display and access to certain specific limited items of evidence and exhibits at trial, to the jury, to the court, to counsel, to the court reporter, to the session clerk, and to the court officers. That is the necessary parties who will be involved in trying the case. And I respectfully, Judge, I suggest that pursuant to the so-called Massachusetts Victims' Rights Bill and other statutes and cases with which the court is familiar, as a victim, as a family member of the three victims in this case, Mr. Clancy respectfully has an opportunity and a right to be heard through me or through his counsel.
Judge William F. Sullivan then asked both sides for their input, starting with the Commonwealth.
With regard to the 911 call, Your Honor, I believe it's a public record available on a public records request, but I would defer to the court in terms of how you want to restrict publication of the 911 call during the trial or thereafter, as long as the Commonwealth is still allowed to show or play rather the recording for the jury, as the court has previously allowed that motion. Regarding photographs of the children, we had already addressed the autopsy photographs. The Commonwealth was going to request impoundment of those, and we would agree that they should not be broadcast or photographed in any way. Crime scene photographs, the children had already been removed from the home when the crime scene photographs and video were taken, so they will not appear in those photographs. The only blood in those photographs would be the purported blood of the defendant in the bedroom and on the exterior of the home, and then a small amount of blood from Cora in the basement.
And here's where the fireworks first began.
That's not all they showed, and we didn't even, that was an opening statement, and they showed the knife with blood on it. They showed, girl, they showed, I guess this didn't fly. I mean, they haven't showed any injuries of the children, and I hope they don't, but.
And when it came time for the defense to take on this motion, attorney Kevin Reddington did not hold back.
I have been in this court every time we've had pretrial hearing indicating to the court that the circumstances of the death is not in dispute. The circumstances of this horrific act are not in dispute. Repeatedly, the government has argued that they have a right to try their case, to present their evidence. Sure they do. But, you know, even though we're in a court, let's talk a little bit about humanity. Let's talk a little bit about how we should try this case. I have indicated repeatedly that we stipulate to every piece of evidence that they want. I have respectfully objected to you with the introduction of this stuff going into the trial. I understand your ruling, and quite frankly, it makes sense. You're trying a case. What I can't fathom is the district attorney's intent to put a circus in front of this jury that's calculated to just inflame the passions of the jury, repeatedly placing in evidence items such as having Patrick Clancy, who's a young man who has suffered one of the worst tragedies that anyone could ever suffer. How that guy is still not an emotional basket case is beyond me, and he has been. But nevertheless, he is trying hard to move on with his life. He has, as the court is aware, they're divorced. He's remarried. He has a family. He has his extended family. Your Honor heard statements, and I know for a fact that it's true, that his family, totally innocent people that have nothing whatsoever to do with this case, are being harassed daily by news media.
Y'all see that? This man got so worked up, he done knocked something off of that microphone. But he's making a point, and I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it. But calm down with your hands there, sir. You just knocking shit off that stand. Calm down.
The fact that it's true, that his family, totally innocent people that have nothing whatsoever to do with this case, are being harassed daily by news media, the New York Post, and all the rest of these types of salacious news media outside their door. This is his family. Some of them are in California. They have nothing to do with this case. But nevertheless, they are being hounded by the media. And the district attorney wants to put that guy on the witness stand and show little onesies with bodily fluid of his child. And they want to have him stand there. Oh, they're going to let him stand in the hallway while we listen to the 911 call.
Mr. Reddington, that's another issue. That's another motion. The question we have right now, respectfully, is Mr. Myers' request.
Cindy, spilling some tea. Spilling some tea. Go, Cindy. She's back there doing some research. Thank you for that, Cindy. Snap. Mr. Only got remarried April 2026 and to a fertility doctor. Huh. Lindsay was a nurse too. All right.
That's another issue. That's another motion. The question we have right now, respectfully, is Mr. Myers' request as to how we should deal with this in regards to the media.
I agree with Mr. Myers' request, as I told you with the sidebar. I think it's very appropriate. I think he argued it effectively.
And just when you thought the judge would shut it all down, both sides were back at it and things got tense.
But I still want to say that I think it's reprehensible the way the government is trying this case.
Honor, if I may, I'd just like to say that I understand why defense counsel would want to brush past what happened to these children, whitewash away
All right,
what happened, and
what we're gonna
focus
do.
on something else.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to end that now. All right?
So he gets an opportunity to say it.
No, I stopped that. And if you want to address that in a different way, then we've got another motion in about 5 minutes that we're going to probably be talking about that. So let's talk about that then. This is I let counsel go and think it was going to wrap back up, and I didn't see that it was going to wrap back up in regards to the request. So that's why I stopped it. All right? This is not
I do too, Cindy.
accomplishing anything in regards to the question of access to these 4 pieces of evidence.
All of this was the precursor for Reddington's motion, asking the Commonwealth to limit the number of first responder witnesses they plan to call.
This motion is asking that Your Honor would direct the Commonwealth, since apparently the Commonwealth will not agree voluntarily to restrict the presentation of a large number of first responders to this tragic incident. First of all, let's face it, firefighters, EMTs, police officers, they're all wonderful people. They're doing the Lord's work. What these people have gone through or would go through and have gone through in their jobs cannot be underscored. And that's to be respected and embraced. But to present them one after the other in this trial to testify to, and I would very briefly, I don't even have to mention their names, but Duxbury Fire Department paramedic detailed to the home at 47 Summer Street, dealing with the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, treating with her outside with her injuries. The Duxbury Police Department sergeant went to the house, heard noises. Stephen Hall, there's a Duxbury Police Department officer, saw the defendant, heard screaming in the basement. Duxbury Police Department heard another individual, heard screaming in the basement, went in, saw the kids in the basement.
We stopped the soundbite there, but Reddington goes on to list 17 different first responders from various agencies, all on the Commonwealth's witness list.
So that was what was presented to the grand jury, and is what, from what we can see, is what the government would try to present at this trial. And I suggest to the court, without sounding as though I'm trying to minimize the horror of what transpired here and what these good employees of the municipalities had to endure and see, and probably to this day are suffering post-traumatic stress from it. Legally and objectively, I suggest to Your Honor that it serves no purpose other than to inflame or try to inflame the passions of the jury, one right after the other, offering them water, offering them time to gather themselves. And it may have worked in the grand jury, but it shouldn't work on a jury trial.
When it's time for the Commonwealth to respond, things get tense all over again.
Here,
Oh, goodness.
unfortunately, we have 3 victims. So that multiplies those witnesses by 3. We also have the defendant herself who was treated at the scene. So then that's a 4th multiplier. Then you also have Patrick Clancy, who was so devastated upon finding his children in the manner that he found them, that he was in an awful state and had to be brought to the hospital as well.
I agree.
So that's multiplying the people here by 5. Now, when the first responders arrived at the home that night, they thought they were responding to one victim, the defendant. Then they found out that the children were there, and they found them in the state that they were in. And it was a chaotic scene. They're asking for more help. They're trying to figure out what's going on. They're trying to treat these children. And so there's a lot of handing off. People start CPR. People move on to another child when someone else arrives who's better equipped to deal with, say, a baby versus a 5-year-old. And so we have multiple people working on these children, trying to save their lives and then get them to the hospital and get them treated. And unfortunately, none of them survived. But the Commonwealth did not choose the number of victims, the defendant did. The Commonwealth did not choose the ages of the victims, the defendant did. The Commonwealth did not choose the horrific nature in which they died, the defendant did. It is not the Commonwealth putting on a circus or a parade. It's the Commonwealth presenting the evidence in this case to prove that the defendant killed those children in the manner in which they were killed. Now, if defense would like us to reduce some of these witnesses, that would mean not talking about one of the children. So if he would like to tell me which of these children don't matter.
You know what? I'll tell you, we don't need that. All right? We don't need that.
Lindsay Clancy herself was so overcome with emotions during these arguments, by the way, that she began crying. The judge made note of this motion, but ultimately decided it was too early to rule on anything definitively.
I guess probably just so you be prepared that the defense objection will be it's cumulative. And we come over here, and if there's some reason why there's something else that this witness brings or a reason why you want to call him, then we'll deal with it at that point.
The Commonwealth will be prepared.
All right. So I'm going to take no action on this, assuming that it will be raised again in the next couple of weeks. We'll deal with it as it comes up. I appreciate the parties read. This is exactly why we have motions in limine. So I know that this is an issue that's coming up. I appreciate the Commonwealth setting out what their response is. So I'm kind of ready for that as well. So I'm not going to take any action on that.
Court is dark on Friday, but opening statements are expected for Monday. And I've been told by Kevin Reddington himself that the first witness is expected to be Patrick Clancy. He'll be called by the Commonwealth as their star witness, but also will be questioned by the defense under special circumstances, meaning it will be more than just cross-exam, but the ability for the defense to put on their case a little bit early. It's not something that I've seen before, and I'm both eager to see what happens, but also trying to emotionally prepare because the testimony and the evidence that are going to be presented in this 6 to 8 week trial is going to be hard.
It's going to be heartbreaking. So we're going to switch over here. We're going to watch a few minutes of Peter Trago. He's going to go over some information.
This is not only an insanity defense, in my opinion, it's much deeper, much more and deeper implications here. No, I agree. I mean, we're going to learn some really sad realities of society that we live in. Really sad realities around mental health, around treatment, around pharmaceutical, drugs. I think we're going to learn a lot. That's my guess. I don't know. Again, I'm not an expert on this case at this point. Would overmedicated be the same as insanity? So it's very interesting you asked this, Allie. I want to read here so that we can actually talk about what it is in Massachusetts. People get mad when you say insanity defense because it's not technically insanity defense, but for lay people, for
and all these the descriptions of the streams that we have taken stuff from is all in the description box. If you want to go back and watch the full stream of this. Of Peter Trago's Little Lawyer, it will be listed in the
in the description below.
For our purposes, for our conversations, it's not going to bother me if anybody says insanity defense, and I may use it as that as well. Okay, because it is not one of those in Massachusetts where it just reduces the charges, where the defense proves something and wins that she, has this defect, not able to do that, and instead of murder, it's manslaughter, like we talk about in Mickey Stein's, that might be the argument. That's how they do it in Kentucky. That's not Massachusetts. There is a way for her to be not guilty if the state cannot prove all of the elements, and the way they might not be able to prove all the elements is with, what we will call an insanity defense for our conversations. We're going to talk about intoxication, voluntary intoxication, involuntary intoxication, how that works with this insanity defense, because we're going to read a jury instruction. I think it's from like 2022 in Massachusetts. I don't think it's changed. If it has, we'll discuss that as the trial continues. PETA, what about the woman in South Florida who just beat the M if her child, due to judges, people say B, but I think it should do this, like lessen the charges. Or I think they should be able to go home because it's cruel and unusual punishment to do this to people that can't control it. I'm open to these conversations, and I don't think just because the law is the way it is with these circumstances that it's not something that we can question. Postpartum is so hard and difficult. Suffer from PPD with my first. Go from seeing your OB every month to once, and the appointment, it's in and out, no questions about how you're doing. We need better support from others. You know what? I don't just think this even stops at postpartum, right? I just think that we as a society need, and I think we have to do our best to not rely on other people, as harsh as that may sound. We need to make sure we are seeking out help. And we need to see things happening to other people like Lindsay Clancy, who we'll see. It sounds like she was also trying to seek out help, not stop, fight for yourself. Fight for answers, fight for more time with doctors, with mental health professionals, with family members that might be able to help, with finding stuff, online that may help you with it. I mean, I do agree. And I think people need support when they go through big things in life. And, we as a society need to care about that and try to make it as accessible as possible. So I agree with that. And there's no perfect world, right? It's easy for somebody to be like, oh, they need to spend an hour with each patient. It's like, well, if they spend an hour with each patient, they're not able to treat as many people. And if they're not able to treat as many people, they're not able to help as many people. And now instead of seeing your doctor once a week, you see him once a month. So, there are obviously logistical issues with this, but I agree. The conversation has to be had, and we have to continue to focus on it. I do not consent to being called that name. Your channel rocks. Tragos, cheers. Thank you. I hear you. I agree. This document I want to read together. It's going to give us a good idea. Even if it's a little bit different now, I think this is probably the same as it is now from everything I've seen and read about this case. But I just really liked the way this spelled it out. And these jury instructions can change, and lawyers draft them different ways, and they don't always sound exactly the same. Whoops.
I'm here. I want to let him read over this, and then after that, we're going to go.
The window just took up my whole screen. Okay, here we go. Lack of criminal responsibility. If the Commonwealth has proved the elements of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, the Commonwealth must also prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the alleged offense. Under the law, a person is not guilty if they lacked criminal responsibility when they committed the offense. This is sometimes referred to as not guilty by reason of insanity. There is no burden on the defendant to prove that they lacked criminal responsibility. We are not going to go through every jurisdiction, the different way they do it, the McNaughton rule. We can talk about some of those, and I'll talk about the model penal code rule and the McNaughton rule and things like that. But we're going to focus on what you have to, because some states, the defense has burden to prove this. Sometimes there's shifting burdens. Defendant proves this, then the state has to prove that. We're going to focus on Massachusetts. The Commonwealth may meet its burden of proving the defendant was criminally responsible for the conduct in either of two ways. The first way is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. So now we're getting to one of the elements that must be there in order for the insanity defense to be successful in Massachusetts. There must be a defendant who suffers from a mental disease or defect. If she doesn't, then they have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime. If there is a mental disease or defect, then let's keep going. A mental disease or defect need not fit into a formal medical diagnosis. That's important as well. It's a legal term, not a medical term. It does, however, include an abnormality that presents itself only by repeated criminal or otherwise antisocial behavior. So it can't just be that. It can't just be, I think the reason they put this in here, if you want my opinion, is for the people that say there's obviously something wrong with you if you commit these crimes. Right? Which I'd be open to that conversation. A lot of these crimes that we talk about, a lot of these cases we talk about, I'd be open to there's something off there. No normal, whatever that means, person would do this. And so when people say things like that, and it's like there's obviously something wrong with you if you commit these crimes, that's not a mental disease or defect. Okay. And that's why I just really like the verbiage of this. It is for you to determine from the evidence, this is speaking to the jury instructions. It is for you to determine from the evidence whether the defendant had a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense. The second way for the Commonwealth to prove a defendant was criminally responsible for their conduct is for the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Don't forget that. So they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she does not have a mental disease or defect. So the defense puts forth some evidence that could be enough to get over the reasonable doubt. One expert.
I find this fascinating. Thank you, Mr. Peter Tragos, for doing this.
Right? And that's also where it's like, if it's a battle of the experts, okay, and this is the legal analysis here. If there's a battle of the experts and it's like, I don't know, I feel like the state's expert, I believe a little bit more than the defense expert, but I'm not positive. That means the state's expert did not prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. So even if you don't believe the defense's expert and you don't think that the defense has proven that Lindsay Clancy has a mental disease or defect, that still could be enough to get past the first prong, because the defense doesn't have to prove it. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant did not suffer from it. Are you tracking with me? If you guys get confused, let me know in the chat. I'm scanning the chat a little bit as I read here.
Y'all tracking with him? Because I'm tracking with him. I'm hearing and absorbing everything he's saying. Thank you, sir. Whew.
Okay. Even if the defendant suffered a mental disease or defect at the time of the offense, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. Okay? So this is kind of step two. Even if there is a mental disease or defect, or if the state can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there is not one, okay? The defendant, they can prove that the defendant retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and to conform, that's an and, to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. So this is where the consciousness of guilt, the actions after the fact, can be really important. Because it's very different, and I'm not getting into the facts specifically of this case, but let's just say a mom took the life of her child and her husband gets home, she hugs him, she kisses him, she puts food on the table, she puts the child who's no longer alive in one of the chairs, and the husband walks into the dining room and falls to the ground and cries and weeps because he sees what happened to his child. Do you think that mother understood the wrongfulness of what she had done and the criminality of what she had done? Versus a mom that does it and buries him in the backyard and lies to everybody and says they go away to camp, or a mom that flees to Hawaii and gets married, right? The consciousness of guilt after the fact can help prove these types of elements. So there will be some just like horrible, sad, tragic details that will be important to prove these elements of what we're getting into with this insanity defense. And I think it's important for us to understand this as an overall theme and thought process going into this trial so that we know what we're looking for when we watch the trial. Let me answer a couple questions here. Psychiatric nurse practitioner here, postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis can certainly be construed as separate diagnoses. However, someone can certainly become psychotic in a depressive episode. So it's interesting, Zeke, that you said this, because as I read through this jury instruction more, this is kind of what pops into my head. Like, you can have this mental disease or defect and not act a certain way.
I'm going to put me in the background so you can at least still hear me, but we can see these super chats because I find it fascinating, some of these things his chat has said.
And then you can act a certain way because of different things that happen, other traumatic events, lack of sleep, medication changes, over-medicated, wrong medicated combinations, right? So there's a lot of things that can kind of, I think, see those interacting, but we'll see. I think it's interesting the way people view this case versus the Chad Dorman case, the dad who had a mental break and killed the 3 boys in Ohio. So I remember when this case first happened, I don't know exactly where it is right now, but I think so here's, you want my just completely off the wall opinion. I don't speak for the entire chat or society as a whole, obviously. But I think one of the differences is when you can connect it to a mental disease or defect that people feel like they understand more, like postpartum psychosis, depression, whatever it may be. If you have that to grasp onto, it's easier than people to understand just one psychotic mental break, either out of nowhere or because of stress or lack of sleep, which have been used successfully in the past, by the way. That's why I bring up stress and lack of sleep, or traumatic events. I think some people find it easier to connect certain mental defects or diseases than others to an insanity defense. Please listen to Dr. Joseph's evaluation of her meds and psych appointments. It's eye-opening. So here's what I may do that after the trial. I don't want to do it before the trial. I want to try to focus on what the experts actually say in this.
Right. I want to focus on what they say at the trial, not what we've heard previously. We want the facts from the trial.
That's what I'm going to do personally. You can Baker Act someone who you feel is 100% needs it. However, no mental health facilities available. That is only one of the problems here. Yeah, and honestly, post Baker Act is tough here as well. And people are nervous to Baker Act because of everything that comes with it after the fact. Like, to Baker Act a family member or a loved one can be really difficult because it can be life ruining, and that person may hate you forever. And again, you have to make that call. And I know, you've dealt with decisions like this, so you got to make the call, and not everybody has the stomach for it to do the right thing or to know what the right thing is. Nurse of interest, PSA, this channel is for our community, not for just espousing facts. Thank you for remaining on topic. We always will. And I agree with you. It is in the future. But what I'll say is, I know I have my personal feelings on pills and the way we do treatment here for a lot of things.
Wait.
So I get
this next super chat. That was one of the other ones I wanted to get to. Hey, Coral. Good afternoon. But Baker Act and M5150, some of them can be easy though, Cindy. Okay. Sorry. House is falling apart at the moment. Anyways, so yeah, Baker Act's, I don't know about there in Florida, but I do know here in Houston, it is easy. It is easy to do it here in Houston. So, but I wanted to see what this next chat was going to say. That was one that caught my eye earlier.
I want to reiterate and echo what you said. So thank you, Nurse of Interest, a stalwart here. Zeke, the nurse is back. Nurse practitioner. The polypharmacy is the concern here. In psychiatry, there is a pill for every symptom imaginable. When we just throw meds at symptoms, bad things can happen. Rational versus irrational, polypharmacy. So I'm not the smartest guy in the room. You may have to define some terms that you use. You're kind of indicating to me that I think you're gonna have to define some terms that you use in the future. But what I'll say is, I know I have my personal feelings on pills and the way we do treatment here for a lot of things, especially for mental health. I'm not a big fan, but I also know some stories of people that say it changed their life in a positive way. So again, I like to be open to conversations, but I know I have my personal feelings, and I agree the pill for everything just logically doesn't seem to make sense to me, but I'm not a doctor.
It's funny hearing somebody else's perspective when it comes to something like that. When I, as a person, believe in, if I don't have my medicines and my medication, that I know I'm not going to be healthy. You have to take time to find that right group, that right little one that's going to work for you. So I just found that interesting.
So I will leave it to you guys to discuss it in the chat as well. Okay. To establish that the defendant had the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant appreciated, understood. How do you explain that? How do you prove that? Right? That is, the defendant knew or understood in some meaningful way. So this is how lawyers try to dig deeper and go beneath the surface. And we have situations where it's like the first word is not specific enough. So we've got to keep defining it down, which is what they're doing here. Understood in some meaningful way that their conduct was either illegal or wrong. So if you think you did something illegal or wrong, what would you do next? And if the defendant did that, the state can try to use that to prove this element. To establish that the defendant had the substantial capacity to conform their conduct to the law's requirements, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that any mental disease or defect that may have existed at the time of the alleged offense did not deprive the defendant of their ability to behave as the law requires. That is, to obey the law. And then we're going to talk about consume drugs or alcohol is supplement 1. We'll get there eventually. To summarize, if the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant did not have a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the Commonwealth has satisfied its burden of proving the defendant was criminally responsible. By the way, in case you haven't figured it out yet, they don't give these types of instructions in every trial. It's only when you have the insanity type defense situation. That's why we have these additional, because you're like, well, I never heard them say they had to prove that in the past. It's because if it's not an issue, then it doesn't come up. Alternatively, if the Commonwealth proved beyond a reasonable doubt, even if the defendant did suffer from a mental disease or defect at the time of the alleged offense, the defendant nonetheless retained the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. The Commonwealth has satisfied its burden. So those are the two kind of prongs: mental disease or defect, and then the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of their conduct and the ability to conform their conduct to the requirements of the law. Remember that there is no burden on the defendant to prove that they lacked criminal responsibility at the time of the offense. The defendant does not have the burden even here when it feels like an affirmative defense, because that can be one of the differences between Massachusetts and other states. Rather, the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt both that the defendant committed the offense and that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time they committed the offense. So I am wondering, we'll see how it goes in Massachusetts, if the prosecution is going to get ahead of it or if they have to wait for the defense to present some kind of evidence of the mental disease or defect before they can respond. And will a lot of it be done in rebuttal? I don't know procedurally how they handle that, so we'll see. If you have a reasonable doubt whether the defendant committed any one required element of the alleged offense, you must find the defendant not guilty, meaning they have a mental disease or defect and that they don't appreciate the illegality or the wrongfulness of their actions, then the state didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. If you have doubts about that. If you have a reasonable doubt whether the defendant was criminally responsible at the time of the offense, you must find the defendant not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. Okay? That's the verbiage here they use. Instead of by reason of insanity, it's by reason.
Okay. We're going to switch over that just real quick because it's breaking news and Hannah brought it to us. The judge has determined that there is sufficient evidence for David Anthony Burke to be tried on all counts for the murder of Celeste Riveras. There you go, in them chains, and he doesn't look happy. So, breaking news, looky there, 3:57 p.m. So, we will have a trial. Justice for Celeste.
Of lack of criminal responsibility. And you've heard McNaughton in other states. McCall is basically what they use here in this case. In Massachusetts.
Thank you, Hannah.
All right. Once the issue of insanity has been raised, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was sane at the time of the crime. Okay? So the issue of insanity has to be raised first by the defense. What else does it say here? Any evidence which, if believed, might create a reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's criminal responsibility at the time of the crime. Testimony is not always required to raise such a doubt if the defendant may rely on the facts of the case, observation of lay witnesses. Okay, so here's some supplemental instructions. And if you remember, intoxication, okay? Intoxication here. Drugs, alcohol, etc.
But wait. If they're prescription drugs, I have questions.
A defendant's lack of criminal responsibility must be due to a mental disease or defect. Intoxication caused by
it's
the
all fine,
voluntary consumption of alcohol or drugs is not by itself a mental disease or defect. Where a defendant lacks a substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their conduct or to conform their conduct to the law solely as a result of voluntary intoxication, the defendant is criminally responsible. So you can't just get drunk or high and say, oh, well, I don't know what I'm doing anymore. However, the consumption of alcohol or drugs may trigger or intensify a defendant's pre-existing mental disease or defect. So, will this be a case where prescription drugs, something else connected to this, whether voluntarily taken or prescribed or however they're going to try to define it, triggered or intensified the pre-existing mental disease or defect? That's a big question. If it does so, and the mental disease or defect then causes the defendant to lose substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness, then they're not criminally responsible. There is one exception to the principle just stated. A defendant who loses the capacity I just described after consuming drugs or alcohol, who knows or had a reason to know that that consumption would trigger it. Meaning, if you know you black out and do crazy stuff when you drink X amount of, beers or whatever, and you continue to choose to do that, you can't use this. Which, again, interesting for other cases and other situations we talked about. I don't think we're going to see that issue here. Maybe we will. Maybe they're like, you should have known, you snap whenever you take these pills, you should have stopped taking the pills. And then we have the discussion of doctor told her to take the pills. She had to decide whether to take them or whether not to take them. Maybe we'll have those kinds of discussions. I think that was the last part I wanted to read. Okay, consequences of your NGI verdict. Your decision must be based solely on the evidence and the law of this case, without regard to the possible consequences of your verdict. You may not consider sentencing or punishment in reaching your verdict. You are, however, entitled to know what happens to a defendant if found not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. You know what's funny is they still have it called NGI, not guilty by reason of insanity up here, but a judge may order the defendant to be hospitalized at a mental health facility for a period of observation and examination. During that period, or within 60 days of the verdict, the district attorney or other appropriate authorities may petition the court to commit the defendant to the mental health facility or to Bridgewater State Hospital for this case.
Okay, so again, here we go to being in a facility and all that. So that's, again, that is where, oh my goodness, I just lost her name in my mind. Andrea Yates. She's in a facility, which is where I feel she belongs.
Initially for a period of 6 months. At the end of the 6 months and every year after, the court reviews the order of commitment if the defendant is still suffering from a mental disease or defect and is still dangerous. Because you can still have the mental disease or defect, but no longer be dangerous. Then the court will order the defendant to be continued to be committed. There is no limit to the number of such renewed orders of commitments as long as the defendant continues to be mentally ill and dangerous. So they have to be mentally ill and dangerous. Because that's a big deal, right?
But and dangerous at this point.
Some people suffer with mental illness for their entire life, but they're not always dangerous.
You do?
Even if they were dangerous at some point in the future. And how do you guys feel about that? Do you trust it? Do you trust a doctor or judge or anybody to make that decision and having them come back out into society? I think it's a fair question. If these conditions continue, the defendant may remain committed for the duration of his or her life. If, though, at some point, the court determines that the defendant is no longer mentally ill and dangerous, so now it's saying they have to find that they're no longer mentally ill and dangerous. I think that's the wrong verbiage there, but the defendant will be discharged. The district attorney must be notified of any hearing, and the district attorney may be heard at any such hearing, meaning they can go argue and be like, Judge, this is wrong, we can't do this. However, the final decision on whether the commitment or release the defendant is always made by the court with the help of experts, okay? The court's not just going to look at somebody, ask them a couple questions and be like, go ahead. We have to present as attorneys, this is what they're saying, this is why they're better, listen to everything they're doing, look at what the mental health doctors and nurses and everybody says, you should let them out. So, while you're not supposed to consider this as a juror, I have a question for the chat. Would you be able to ignore that? If you knew that this person was never going to prison, even though they have admitted to taking the lives of their 3 children, would you be able to vote not guilty if you really felt like she didn't understand the wrongfulness of what she was doing or that it was a criminal action? Because it seems like in Massachusetts, they're going to spell it out to them. And it can be twofold, right? It can cut both ways. They want to make sure the jury knows if you say not guilty by reason of insanity, this person's not going home. They're not going home. No. But they're all.
Again, we can look back at Morgan Geyser, Slender Man. Remember? She went into a mental hospital. And then when she became she was 20, I think. And they let her out. And then she made her great escape. She's back in her little group home now. But yeah.
Also not going to prison. They're going to a mental health treatment facility. And they could be out, I think they said, in 6 months to a year. Probably not, but they could.
No kiss.
I'm interested to read what you guys think, if you'd be able to do that. A lot of you saying yes. So this is a case where I'm wondering, how are we going to feel about the defendant after we hear the evidence? Are we going to hate her, despise her, hate her guts for what she did to her kids? Are we going to feel bad for her because of what she's gone through? Is the jury going to feel bad for her? Think she already has a life sentence when they see her in a wheelchair as a result of the actions that day? Is it going to be people feel bad but understand, she committed this crime, you got to convict her? Some people are saying, I really don't know if I could.
So some people are saying they don't know if they could. So what I think we'll do tomorrow, because there will be no trial tomorrow, we will be back on trial on Wednesday. I think what we'll do tomorrow is we're going to actually just go through some interesting mental health stuff that I have found on postpartum psychosis. So we may just kind of look at that tomorrow since we won't have the actual trial to stream. So I'm going to leave it at that. And y'all think about it. And I know the other day there's this bad information on the streets that I told somebody that they were not important. I should have kept my mouth shut. It was out of a moment of anger. But y'all always know at the end of my streams,
you is smart, you is kind, you is important.
And with that, I hope y'all have a blessed rest of your night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. And we're going to go over more of the postpartum psychosis stuff tomorrow. And then we'll get back to Lindsay Clancy on Wednesday. Peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great night.